Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Excellencies, honorable speakers, respected participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you, depending on where you are in the world. We are delighted to have you all here with us today for the second day of Industry Institution Engagement and Educator Summit I2ES 2021 with the theme Way Forward in the Electronic Industry in the Digital Era. If you were with us since yesterday, welcome back. My name is Nur Shahira binti Muhammad Hamdan and I am honored to be your moderator this morning. Today, we bring to you exciting lineups of presentations from distinguished speakers in the field of Information and Communication Technology, ICT. If you have any questions about the topics, please write your questions in the Q&A box. We will address them at the end of each session. Now, before we begin, I would like to ask all participants to please scan the QR code provided here for attendance record and program ebook. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to introduce our first speaker for today, Dr. Muhammad Arif bin Abdullah. For your information, Dr. Muhammad Arif is a product specialist from TM1 who successfully implemented sales enablement for TM1 Smart Service, crafted the product business concept for Internet of Water, and had established the cost of not doing for the water companies. His research interest is predicting the geolocation of serious suspects by using Zermelo-Fraenkel set theory with neural network. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Muhammad Arif with his presentation on Digital Future and Industrial Revolution 4.0 with TM1. Let's hear it.
Hi, Nur Shahira. Thank you. Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Arif. So hopefully I will try to make my way forward with you with the digital future as well as with IR 4.0. And let's talk in terms of experience as we go forward in this presentation. Okay, now a little bit about TM. TM has been there prior to independence, and then so many years after independence today and in the future, TM will be with you as well. TM has covered connectivity throughout Malaysia via fiber optic, via copper cables, and we are doing a multitude of technologies for the rakyat, for the people of Malaysia and also abroad. Okay, now straight, let's jump in. So let's talk about IR 4.0. But let me articulate a story for you. Okay, so let's just bear with me a little while. Let's take it that the first industrial revolution is when there is power. When there is a power, then you will have access towards revolutionize, towards mass producing something, towards specialization into your skills. Okay, so let's take it about cars. Assume there is a unit of car, and then you are into the production of this car. So this car remains static. What you do is you will have experts in engine, experts in cabin, experts in seat, experts in many other things about the car. The car stays static, but the people move forward. Okay, and then there came a guy who had an idea. Why don't now everybody stay static, but now the car is moving? So now you have a production line. Okay, so now the car is moving. So at every expert station, the car is being attended to. Now this method allows more car to be produced. Okay. Later on, the expert stations, now instead of using human, why not we use robots? robots do not get tired, they might be able to produce better looking work or job, you know. For example, maybe soldering. Okay, robots do a better job than humans, or maybe painting, they do a better job than humans. Okay. And then keep another revolution. What about if we put some sensor to these machines and we see how can they work better? For example, if a machine is supposed to have a lifespan of maybe 3 months, for example, before it needs to be serviced, let's put sensor so that we understand how the machine works, whether there is any extra vibration, whether there is an extra metal content in its oil, whether it emits additional heat, so that the machine can further give greater output. And if the machine needs to be put down, it is a scheduled downtime. It is not an unscheduled downtime. So with this, we are talking about decision making based on data. Now, but the thing is, Industrial Revolution 4.0 is not just at production lines. It's not just at production floors. It can also be in your home. It can also be in your pocket. Can be outside, can be in your car, can be in your bedroom, can be in your bathroom. So it can be anywhere. So in order for this massive 4.0 to work, there must be an infrastructure to support this massive connectivity of this massive machine to machine connectedness. Okay, so let's look into the mobile communications arena. Okay, so as you know, 3G is sunsetting. Soon, towards the end of the year, there will not be any more 3G. Okay, the focus will be given on 4G and also 5G, and 5G will be rolled out towards the end of the year. Okay, so if we go through the story, at 1G it was analog. People could clone your phone, and then at 2G it was digital, but still there's nothing much except you were able to send something extra, which was text messages. And then 3G is when you want to buy a phone, you will ask the vendor, is the phone Angry Bird compatible? Right, because at that point in time, Angry Bird made a hit. It was among a very famous games for smart devices. And then we have 4G. Now, 4G enabled you to do streaming, where you will be able to receive or send large streams of data. For example, you have a YouTube. If 3G, you will stream a bit, and then you will need to wait, and then you will stream a bit, and then you will need to wait. 4G, you'll be able to stream continuously. You can Netflix or you can Astro on 4G. 5G, assuming when you want to download a YouTube, that particular clip would have finished downloading before you even start consuming it. So that is the power of 5G. Now, because there is a big bandwidth, so if you can see here, so these are, let's assume these are the existing towers, okay? But because you will need an infrastructure to support those massive bandwidth, the distance between the towers are reducing. If we look here from 3G, where the distance between towers are 10,000 meters or 10 kilometers, it is reduced drastically to 2 kilometers for 4G. And for 5G, it is every half a kilometer. So you will see a lot of towers. Well, the good part is later on, you will be able to have a multitude of devices in one area. Now, so the question here is, why does 5G require more telecommunication base stations? The reason is because the signal strength moving between one station to another, it gets tired pretty fast, and therefore it cannot travel that long. So it needs to be rejuvenated at every 500 meters. Okay, so what are the features of 5G? So later on, 5G will give you 10 gigabit per second connectivity. 5G will give you 1 million machine-to-machine communication per kilometer square and extremely low latency. and the usage, right? I like this one. For example, self-driving car, smart buildings, smart home, smart hospital. These are part of the services that will come up in the future. And all of these, when you put 1, 2, and 3 together, it will bring 4.0, not just traditionally at the production floor, but also everywhere. Everywhere that you go, you will see the use for data-driven technology. So two use case of technology just now. For example, you have a smart car or self-driving car, and also you will have a smart hospital, for example. Okay. Now, as far as TM1 is concerned, TM1 covers the following: smartness, and also leaping into 5G environment, and also IR 4.0 landscape in terms of smart city, agriculture, healthcare, industry, digital platform and enterprise, for example, cloud servicing, cloud computing, software as a service, platform as a service, cyber security, and then as well as smart education. So let's go through some of these later on. But before we do, let's understand what is the digital future. Well, the digital future is basically a system of a system. You have a system, you have a system, you have a system, you have a system, and all of these interlink, then you will have that digital future. If you just create a system which is by itself, it doesn't communicate with anything else, it doesn't connect you with anybody, it stays by itself, then that is basically not so much of a digital future. Okay, so when you build a system, say for example, the old phone that was using Symbian OS, I will not mention the phone company. Okay, that is dead now, dah mati. The reason was because when they made an application, that application doesn't share data with another application, and another application doesn't share, and so on and so on and so on. So it is dead. But a new platform now that uses Android and also iOS, for example, data from one application can be shared with another, can be shared with another, can be shared with another, and so on. So this is where you will have a system of a system of a system, and that is the digital future. Okay, an example here, for example, all right, let's say this is you, you are in Malaysia. Now, with the IL 4.0, it gives you connectivity, it makes you connected to space. So that space can be another person at another location. So in this case, someone from the UK, or maybe someone from the US, or maybe someone from Brazil, for example, okay. It makes you to be connected with your banks, with your businesses, with your clients. It makes you to be connected with your home and maybe with your police station, for example. Okay, so you being connected to this space will give you an unprecedented experience in which it answers to your psychological needs. It is just like Grab, for example. When you went to buy something, you wanted to know, oh, where is my rider? Has my rider arrived at the restaurant, for example? Is my food ready? Has my rider picked it up? Where is my rider now? How much time does it take to arrive? Should I go down to the lobby and meet the rider now? So these are the psychological questions that the digital future, you will need to answer these kinds of questions. Then it will be very, very successful in delivering experience. Now, if we take this, for example, assuming you are in Nusa Jaya, you are in center here, okay. For geographical sake, let's say 5 kilometers is something which is easily within reach. Okay, 10 kilometers, say something within periphery, and anything more than that, let's say it is far. Okay, so let's concentrate within the first 10 kilometers of the radial distance. Okay, so we want you via digital future where you will be connected to theme park, you'll be connected to golf. So you'll be asking how so? Okay, but let's go through later on. Okay, I have an example. You will be connected to medical center, and you'll be connected to a multitude of other spatial features. Okay, You have your police station here, you will have your home, you will have post office, you will have movies, you will have food, you will have education, you will have school, and you will be connected, say, to your home. So I'm going to give you an example here. The digital future will make you being connected to your home. Now, to further articulate, let's say you have this home. Now I ask you a question. Is your home secured? When you left your home this morning, you had your home locked. You might have your padlock and some other locks securing your home. All of your windows are closed and are locked. Now, is your home secured? You think it is secured, it might not be because you are not connected to your home right now. Okay, now you might implement this deadbolt, for example. Okay, now deadbolt are usually safe, but even if you have a deadbolt, people can break into your home. Okay, so this is an actual incident of a neighbor of mine that I found out. And then you might put a clamp. You might put a clamp to your door. So is your door safe? Now, even having a clamp, someone can come over to cut off your clamp, right? Making a break into your premises. So you say, why not you put a safe? Is your safe safe at home? Okay, so now if you look, even if you put a safe, somebody can break into your safe. And if your safe is small and light enough, somebody will steal your entire safe. Now, why is this possible? Because your home is not connected to you, and you are giving the perpetrator the opportunity of time. Because in order for crime to happen, you will need opportunity, you will also need time. If you deny the element of time, then it is you make it more difficult for someone, say for example, to break your safe. Now, to do this, your house needs to be connected to you. Your house responses to you. Your house is telling you, hey owner, I am safe. Hey owner, someone is trying to break in. So this is how your house is connected to you. For example, I give you experience articulation here. Now, assuming your mom arrives to your home from out of town, and your mom calls you, hey daughter, I've just arrived at your home, but it is locked and I can't go in. And then you tell your mom, hey mom, worry not, I'm able to unlock my door. I have unlocked my door remotely, mom, now you can go in. Or maybe you have kids, right? Your kids usually arrive home at 2, but maybe because they have extra classes and they will arrive home at 4 p.m., for example. So you want to check, did your kids really arrive home at 4 p.m.? So these are the experience. So in IR 4.0, whether you're working with machines, you're working with people, you're working with businesses, you're working with the environment, you need to define the experience, and then from the experience, then you will need to define that services. And then from that service, you need to define the enabler that will be able to deliver that service. Okay, so home experience, say in context of access control, or maybe campus security, or maybe energy management, say throughout your campus, at night time, you will have your lights being illuminated at 100%. Now, when there are no people there, the lights can be illuminated at 50%. When somebody is moving, somebody is near, somebody is taking a stroll by the street, or somebody is at the corridor, then the luminance for that area can be increased to 100%, for example. So that is an experience. You can relate that to security, right? Somebody is outside of your home at night, luminance is being made to 100%, and also inform you or inform your security guard. Or if you are not at home, you are balik kampung, inform your neighbors, for example. So that is in terms of home experience. Okay, so I'm going to share with you a few of the success stories that we have in this digital futurescape. For example, Moodle in cloud. Okay, we are not talking about Moodle here. Moodle is e-learning platform, e-learning infrastructure. But let's look at the cloud part. Okay, so the thing is this. Back in 1995, when I started to work, there wasn't any cloud. There wasn't any online services, because at that point in time, internet was expensive. And if you wanted to invest in an infrastructure, at that moment, you will need to decide what will be your maximum storage. And you will need to invest it upfront. And by the time you reach that peak, it will be maybe 3 years down the line in which it has been rendered obsolete. But think of a system where now we are telling you, let's not invest any of the resources. If you need processing power, for example, if you need similar to i3 Pentium, for example, so you only pay for Pentium i3, and maybe once a year, maybe in that 12 months, maybe only 1 month, you need an i12 processing power. Only that 1 month you consume that i12, and only that 1 month to pay for it. So you do not need to have that upfront heavy investment like what I experienced back in '95. Okay, part of success stories we have is STEM and also Sultan Azlan Shah University. Now let's look in terms of smart city. Okay, smart city, this is an actual implementation that we did in Langkawi. All right, this is something actual that we did in Langkawi, where in Langkawi, for example, you have traffic light, and then this traffic light has an intelligence. It has sensors. It tell you how many cars, how many types of vehicle and their count, how many vehicle do illegal U-turn, how many vehicle go against the traffic, how many vehicle beat the red light, right? And then you will have parking. Now, parking, if you go to the shopping centers right now, you will observe that for one parking bay, there will be a sensor and there will be a light, red light, green light. Okay, but we use artificial intelligence. Instead of putting a sensor, we use visual informatics. So one enabler for visual informatics can cover up to 40 parking bays, right? And this is I would say this is more intelligent. This will cost less, and not only that, you also have a visual view what is happening. It is not just a blind sensor that will tell you whether there's any cars or not. And then in terms of surveillance, you want to detect crowd, you want to detect someone has fallen, you want to detect movement of people or any object rules based on visual informatics. And also system of a system, you also want to do a social media sentiment analysis, right? So when you put traffic, parking, surveillance, social media onto one screen, and then you will have a cohesive system of a system of a system, and then this will be that digital future. And then one use case for social media sentiment is, for example, you want to know what is it that people talk about MJII, for example. What are the good things that people talk about? What are the things that people complain about MJII? What are the things that the students love? What are the things that the public are expecting of MJII, for example? Okay, and the two use case for the cameras, for example, was the traffic and also perhaps object detection, object removal, or in airports, right? Anybody who leaves an object for more than 3 minutes, for example, it will trigger the security to go get the object and check whether it is of any hazard. We also have smart traffic light, for example, at Bandar Pengerang. So when you exit the Senai Desaru highway, right, for example, immediately after the toll, there is a crossroad, where at the crossroad, when you turn right, you will go into town. Now, every morning, there is huge jam there because the distance between the toll and also that crossroad is so near. Right. So using smart systems, this is where you put a virtual policeman on the road, where the policeman says, oh, okay, the queue is long, so let's pass the vehicle and so on. Yeah, so this is where we have at Pengerang. Okay, and also in Darohana, this is in Sarawak, for example. Now, for this particular system, there's a smart street light. There is also a smart water meter, for example. So let me explain smart water meter in another page. There is also a smart community. For example, when I have a visitor coming, when my visitor comes to the guardhouse knows that the visitor is legit because I have pre-registered it. And also, I'm able to connect to my neighbors. Say, for example, I'm a teacher and I want to give a services of tuition, for example, or I like to play tennis. Who else in my community who wants to play tennis with me? And then I have a friend to play tennis now. So where do I go to make reservations for this tennis court, for example? When is it being used? So this is a system of a system. You will have a subsystem of people connected to a reservation system, connected to a visitation system. Okay, so again, this is another articulation of system of a system of a system for the digital future. So smart community experience, if we talk in terms of maybe campus management, say for example, we have a student walking in campus and then suddenly that student sees lights that are blinking and it needs to be repaired. Or maybe there's a cat that just pooped right in the middle of the corridor. Or maybe there's a water leakage. So students maybe are able to voice out their concerns. This needs to be done, and via a smart community experience, maybe via a system that allows the communication of whoever to lodge such problems to the management. So that's one of the use case. So Telecom Malaysia, we not only deploy outside, we also deploy inside at our TM Academy at Multimedia University in Cyberjaya. And then this is another sample of a system of a system where you will have smart traffic lights. And if you are the supervisor running the traffic light, you will be connected to that lights wherever you are via a mobile app. In this case, via Telegram. Okay, so you'll be able to know which lights are working, which lights are heavy, which lights are offline, which lights are due for maintenance. Okay, this is an example of a successful implementation. This is MDAT, okay, and then this is MMU. Now, if you traverse this road from MDAT to MMU, there's about 8 traffic lights, and on a very peak time, it would take you about half an hour. Okay, so when we deploy this smart system of a system for the digital future, instead of half an hour, we were able to cut it off to about 11 minutes. Okay, so what about the usage of this smart traffic light in campus? Okay, for example, there might be a campus where exiting the campus after work, it will create a queue of cars. Normally, it would take you just 3 minutes to exit. Now, it would take you 15 minutes to exit the campus. Now, imagine if just outside of the campus, you will have a virtual policeman by the means of a smart traffic light, for example, in which that virtual policeman detects that, hey, this is people going home from work, and let's clear the queue from inside the campus so that they can be on their way rather quickly. And then you will also need, in order for a system to work, you will also need an operations center to keep track of this health of the system of a system, and also to make sure that one system is talking to another. If you do not have that, somehow this is something that needs to be invested. Okay, in terms of smart manufacturing, okay, smart manufacturing, we also talk in terms of OEE, equipment efficiency. Okay, so now the question is where to start, right? Where to start? Are you going to start the journey from say number 1 to number 5 immediately, or you're going to start your journey from 1 to number 3, okay, and then once you stabilize, only you move to number 5. So what we did was to our customers, we always tell them always move from number 1 to number 3. Start with number 1 first, where you will have your machines connected via sensors. Okay, so this is an example when we were working on the customer, in which the customer was working on food processing. Now, working on food, it is important that for the food to have the correct temperature, the correct mixer RPM, and also once that food is being processed, that food must achieve a certain temperature before that process is ended. Okay, and also some other parameter. So we can start from here. Your machines are connected to you. The machines are connected to each other, and then later on, the machines are able to tell you, hey, this needs servicing. Hey, this will be offline soon. Hey, you do not have enough clean water, for example. Okay, but before that, we will need to have your machines to be regulated via sensors. And then you have a smart water management. Okay, smart water management, we have an ecosystem from water collection to water treatment to water distribution as well as commercial. Okay, so what we did was, for example, in Selangor, we have a few thousand homes. We work with Selangor, of course, where they use a smart meter, and then the smart meter goes to our infrastructure, goes to the back-end system, which we developed and also integrated into your billing system. So now the billing is like real bill. It is not estimated bill. We have smart retail. Okay, smart retail is where you use visual informatics to detect the movement of humans. So what it does is it is able to tell you how many people came to your building and they were just walking outside. Out of these people, how many actually came in? Out of those that came in, how many you were able to convert into becoming customers? And then if you have an exhibition, you will be able to tell what part of the exhibition that attracts attention and then what or which part don't. And then document management as a service. Okay, have access to your documents from everywhere. And then workforce. Okay, workforce is where at any given time, you'll be able to see where your people are, what they are doing, and what's the progress of the complaints that they are attending to. Okay, IM Melaka is using it. You have smart premise. Okay, so this is a hospital, for example. If you are a patient, via the device, you will know when the doctor is coming, when your medication is coming. You'll be able to control your room to order your food. These are the areas that we have done in Melaka, in Johor, and in Pulau Pinang. And also One Pass. One Pass basically is a time attendance system that is being used in school, at the university, and also at other places. We have robotic process automation. Okay, so we not only sell RPA, we also use RPA in-house and data analytics. So for data analytics, basically, we help this particular customer to achieve maximum sales for their station. So basically, whenever their vehicle move out, the sale of the tickets is at the maximum. And then basically that's it. Moving forward, I think you are at the right age to think about system of a system and how to make things go better, right? Because you are gap finding and you are exploratory, okay? And you are greedy for more, for something better. So please don't stop. Do think like Gillette. Gillette is just selling, for example, the razor blade. But from that one razor blade, they have so many innovations of just razor blades. And this is the example. Okay, so moving forward, please do not stop being innovative. Think of better ways and think of how in the digital future, one system can talk to another system, can talk into another system, and in an equilibrium, they deliver to you an experience. Thank you very much.
Indeed. Digital future is connecting people to space, delivering unprecedented experience for our needs. Thank you, Doctor, for that insightful presentation. Now, Doctor, let's address some of the questions we have from the audience. Are you ready? Doctor, are you with us?
Yes, I'm hello.
Okay, I'm going to read the first question for you.
Okay.
Okay, this question is from Muhammad Saleh bin Mat Yusof. The question is, towards new norm caused by the pandemic, how this affect smart retail system? For example, what additional function will benefit end user customer?
Okay. Smart retail, retail has many, I would say have many a concoction. If you are selling durian, like what the late Professor Unku Aziz says, selling durian via online will not make it. Because someone wants to hold the durian, wants to smell the durian, and wants to see whether the durian is ripe or not, right? There are things that you do not you are not able to deliver if you go online. For example, that touching the durian and smelling it, or maybe trying out a dress, for example. These are the things that you're not able to do it. So to go online via retail, for example, a lot of genuine customer testimony needs to be there. That is one. And if you can have a technology that simulates, for example, if you have a cloth and I were to, this is what we call a magic mirror. I am standing of a mirror, for example. Of course, this is an app, right? I'm standing of a magic mirror, and then you have your clothes with you, and then your clothes will encapsulate me and make me look how good or how bad I will look with your clothes, right? And then in terms of that durian, again, what I see now, durian is starting to be sold online, right? So what needs to be done now is the assurance of quality and the assurance of service, right? And to do this, you will need a system. Where is my durian? Has my durian been opened? Has it been packed? Is the Lala move? Has the Lala move, for example, taken my durian? Where is it now? How much more do I need to wait? Do I need to wait 1 hour, 2 hours? Right. So all of these will add to a testimony, and with these kind of services that answer to psychological needs of a purchaser. So that's the extra things that needs to be done in the light of the pandemic for the retail business to be more successful.
I see. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Do you have another time for another question? Okay. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Doctor. That's all the time we have. Thank you, Doctor, for that presentation.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that answer just now concludes our session for now. Please stay with us for our next speaker. I'd like to remind all participants again, please don't forget to scan the QR code on the screen so that we can record your attendance. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a short break. We'll be right back. artificial intelligence, blockchain, quantum, and emerging technologies, what it could mean for us. We will learn about that in the next presentation by Mr. Robert Smith from Singapore, who is the Higher Education and EE Research Lead APAC at Microsoft. Mr. Robert Smith is an ICT sales and education industry leader with over 17 years of experience in Asia and Pacific region, including 7 years based in Singapore with accountability for emerging and mature markets. His industry experience ranges from education and public sector through professional services to manufacturing and engineering, delivering hardware, software, and service-based solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Robert Smith. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, and thank you for that introduction. It's great to be here with you, albeit virtually. Unfortunately, I am still confined to my home here in Singapore. I'm really excited to be with you, and as mentioned, my name is Rob. I am part of Microsoft's Asia Pacific team focused on higher education and e-research. And personally, I think I've got the best job in the world. I traditionally get to come and join these events in person, hear from talented speakers such as yourselves and whom we've just been hearing from, but also then share some perspectives from Microsoft as to trends that we see in the future and where we see technology aligning to education as well. So with that, let's get started. But I would like to give a little bit of a disclaimer today. I think this presentation will be different to what you're used to hearing, and especially different from what you're used to hearing from Microsoft. As of yesterday, I was going to talk to you specifically about technology and education, also some of the technical skills and the competencies we need to equip our students with. But I was inspired by some of the other speakers and the attendee list to prepare something different. Likewise, this session won't be about solutions, services, or roadmaps. It's going to be about our approach to innovation. I'll discuss how we at Microsoft think about the major technology trends that we see shaping the future and give you a sneak peek at some of the ongoing Microsoft research projects fueling those trends. So let's start at the beginning. How do we think about innovation here at Microsoft? Let me make sure my clicker is working. I can prove it's live. We approach innovation with 3 beliefs. First, we believe innovation should be meaningful. We are not driven by innovating for innovation's sake. We want to create things that will have a lasting impact no matter the size or the scale. And beyond that, we focus our innovation on enabling everyone to innovate, because we believe the next breakthrough will come not only from technology providers, but from individuals and organizations from across all verticals like healthcare, manufacturing, retail, and most importantly, academia. Second, we believe how innovations are applied is as important as the actual innovations themselves. It is great to innovate, but if we don't apply the innovations and make it real, it won't have any impact. Our goal is to help companies and organizations around the world and across industries move from a siloed innovation projects approach that are always in incubation mode to a broader transformation model that brings innovation to life. And third, we believe that technology should be developed and used responsibly. Society is speaking loud and clear, demanding innovations that not only improve quality of life, but can be trusted. The responsibility companies owe to shareholders must be expanded to customers, employees, and the rest of society. That's why we're not only asking ourselves what technology can do, but what technology should do. The idea here is for us to share our best practices, which we hope will help you on your own innovation journey. We're not going to focus on technology, but rather about our process. Looking at these 3 pillars, the first 2 are the innovator's dilemma. As a business, as a researcher, we must also think about what customers still don't see today. But you also need to consider what they expect to see from you and what they don't. How can you meet and exceed their expectations? With the third pillar, responsibility, we are not only thinking about how we're using our technology responsible, but there is also a layer of accountability. How can we make sure that our technology is being used by others in a responsible way? Now that I've introduced these concepts, I'd like to go a little bit deeper into what we're doing here at Microsoft. A moment ago, I mentioned how we focus our innovation on enabling everyone to innovate, and this starts with a culture of innovation. In recent years, our culture at Microsoft has evolved. We have adapted a growth mindset culture put forth by our CEO. But what does this mean? For us, it means having an incredibly diverse talent pool spanning multiple functions, intellectual freedom, and high impact of research. In fact, 29 years ago, Microsoft created Microsoft Research, or MSR. It is a robust research facility with 8 labs worldwide, about 1,000 researchers. And what is interesting about this part of Microsoft is that we don't tell our researchers what to investigate. Instead, we focus on curiosity-driven research. Our researchers weren't hired to improve the quality of our existing products, but rather to ask and answer new questions and find new answers to existing questions. But innovation is more than traditional research. It also includes looking at things such as process, business models, ethics, products, technology, tools, and most important, talent. For example, we have economists looking into new business models and other specialists looking at talent and how we can improve talent development. I think something that we all share in common here. When we think about innovation, we like to think about it in 3 distinct horizons. Horizon 1 has a focus on growing the new core. That involves existing products, tangible items, and when you think about structure, this is primarily where engineers live. Horizon 3 focuses on investing in long-term technology. And this is where our researchers are looking into answers for the future. The space between these two, Horizon 2, is where we are incubating for the future and need to look at new business models, and is one of the most complicated things that we do. Now that you have a better understanding of how we think about innovation, let's look at how we're applying it. When we talk about applied innovation, we're referring to that Horizon 2 and how we are investing in ideas from Horizon 3 and making them real, eventually moving them to Horizon 1 to put these ideas into the hands of you, our customers, as soon as possible. We believe that applied innovation can and should come from anywhere, and within our organization, there are 3 fundamental aspects to this. The first is learning. How can we make sure that our employees understand our innovations, research, and areas of focus? By promoting a learning culture, we empower our employees to be curious and learn more about the things that interest them. You can learn from anyone, and we strive to provide opportunities for our employees to learn from each other. Our researchers and engineers conduct frequent open trainings on different disciplines, and often we invite industry experts to these learning circles to see external perspectives. Every employee is invited to grow in a field beyond their day jobs. This helps us drive our tech intensity. The second is enabling. And one example of how we enable our employees to explore their creativity is with programs such as the Garage. This is a space where employees can access highly specialized hardware to explore, try different things, and let their creativity flow. It gives people a space to test out new ideas. And if an employee has a good idea they want to pursue, we have internal mechanisms to fund that idea and test product market fit, removing the blockers and ensuring the employee is properly rewarded for taking the risk and learning, regardless of the outcome. Third is sharing. We are big on hackathons here at Microsoft, with the largest one happening traditionally in July that allows people to collaborate on projects with other Microsoft employees from all over the world. Usually the hackathons are seen as opportunities for engineers or developers, but people from all functions come in to participate because you never know when you'll need a different perspective that employees from finance, marketing, or even sales could provide. We also drive open innovation opportunities with our ecosystem, from developer communities to startups, enterprise customers, students, or NGOs. It is in this intersection of different worldviews where the greatest innovations come to life. But no matter where these ideas come from, every new idea needs to be looked at from a societal point of view and evaluated by the impacts it could have on society. Where our last pillar is responsibility, and it is particularly complicated when you think about technology such as artificial intelligence, or as I will refer to for most of today as AI, because you need to consider the entire life cycle of innovation. In the first phases, from envision to prototype, we're fairly good about taking into account responsibility. But every product and every release to the market has a life cycle. It's not enough to think about responsibility when you're first deploying a new technology, but you also need to consider it as you update and make changes to it. In the AI world, the way models evolve over time require us to be extremely careful about the responsibility considerations across our entire strategy. We need to think ahead and consider potential unintended outcomes, constantly holding a mirror up to our activities, commitments, and assumptions. We need to bring diverse perspectives to the table, especially those who might change our motivations and absorb this new knowledge and perspectives. Our technology exists in a continually evolving ecosystem, and we must employ our growth mindset to be open to learning. Always. Over the last 25 years, we have developed our governance structure comprised of our Office of Responsible AI and an AITA committee, most notably, and we'll touch a bit more on them later. This is not to say that we have everything figured out. We are still working on it. We're still learning. This is a journey where we all need to walk together, including our competitors. No one likes the idea that their technology or their innovations can be used in a harmful way. And when you look at it, a lot of the times the intentions are positive, but the potential impacts can be disastrous. For us, it's not only about celebrating an AI algorithm with a 98% success rate. It's about looking at the 2% when it's not successful and understanding what the potential impacts are in those situations. Again, it's not about what technology can do, it's about what technology should do. With that in mind, I want to share how we are applying this approach to what we see as our 4 biggest paradigm shifts in technology today. The first one is artificial intelligence. I think it's a little obvious. Think about what happened 20 to 30 years ago. Software transformed every industry, becoming the big differentiator that determined whether companies would thrive or be disrupted. New companies based on software like Netflix or Uber, Grab, displaced the leaders in their respective industries. Just as software redefined the world, AI is now redefining software. AI is a new type of software that can learn by perceiving the world around us and reasoning on top of it, instead of being explicitly programmed. If, in the past, every company became a software company, in the next decade, every company will become an AI company. But the future of AI depends on the future of computing. We're seeing everything around us become increasingly connected and generating huge amounts of data. Our last speaker just spoke about that. We need to rethink our current approaches to computing, storage, and networking to handle this exponential growth in a sustainable way. And I'll share some items and some things that we're doing in this area later on. With AI and the new ways of computing, there's a huge opportunity to rethink the way humans and machines interact. Machines will learn how to communicate with us instead of us needing to learn how to communicate with machines. More natural and contextual interfaces will bring technology to more people and help us do more with it, instead of distracting us. And lastly, as the capabilities and impact of technology evolve, it's imperative that we guide this evolution responsibly. This will require shared ethical principles as well as new best practices and technology breakthroughs to prevent potential negative consequences. We're going to walk through each of these 4 areas in the next section here. First, let's start with AI, which has seen an explosion of breakthroughs in the past few years. As I mentioned, 28 years ago, September 1991, we created Microsoft Research. We began investing in the building blocks of AI. It consists of 8 labs across the globe with over 1,000 researchers shaping that next generation of AI. With over 20 research areas, Microsoft really benefits from a multidisciplinary approach, as diverse perspectives can be incorporated to improve research outcomes and impact. Whether it be algorithms, AI, language technologies, mathematics, medical health, programming languages, and so on. There is so much research happening today. We have over 4,000 patents around the world, but more importantly, over 3,500 patents pending worldwide. Since its inception, Microsoft Research has published 22,000 or more research papers. 3,500 of those were specifically focused on artificial intelligence. But why is that so important? All of this work led to an explosion of AI breakthroughs from Microsoft Research in the past couple of years. And we continue to advance AI in all areas. Let's have a look at some of those. In object recognition, Microsoft has won many awards in image recognition competitions like ImageNet 1K. This was accomplished by training neural networks with a depth of 152 layers with the ResNet test. These deep residual nets give us much greater accuracy to correctly identify images over 96% of the time. DenseNet is the next innovation in this area. And you'll see that was back in 2016. In speech recognition, computers have begun learning to see like us, but now they're learning to listen and recognize speech like us. Microsoft has become the first to reach human parity in speech recognition with the switchboard dataset. The goal seemed very distant only a few years ago. Looking now at comprehension of reading using the Stanford question answering dataset, known among researchers as SQUAD, it's a machine reading comprehension dataset that is made up of questions about a set of Wikipedia articles. On January 3rd, Microsoft submitted a model that reached a score of 82.650 on the exact match portion. The human performance on the same set of questions and answers was 82.304. With machine reading comprehension, researchers say computers also will be able to quickly pass through information found in books and documents and provide people with the information they need most in an easily understandable way. Machine translation. The world has more than 6,500 languages. With speech advancements, we are also making gains in natural language. Microsoft Translator can now support more than 60 languages, and we just recently announced that we reached human parity in English to Chinese and Chinese to English. Machine translation with the WMT benchmark. And you'll see here today, we're making some of these technologies available to you directly in our products. I'm simply using our speech recognition within PowerPoint. I could also translate, but it tends to become a distraction, and we have multiple languages on this session. Let's move to speech synthesis. In the fall of 2018, Microsoft reached a milestone in text-to-speech synthesis with a production system that uses deep neural networks to make the voice of computers nearly indistinguishable from recordings of people. With the human-like natural prosody and clear articulation of words, neural TTS has significantly reduced listening fatigue when you interact with AI systems. And lastly, knowledge. We're now getting to the point where computers can do some of what people can do. See, hear, begin to attach words to the world around them. And we're not just talking perception, but cognition as well. We're continuing to build on the program to advance how AI connects ideas and concepts to people and places and things in the world around us. We're making advances in machine learning to bring to reality AI systems capable of cognition. There are machine teaching analogues for the neural concepts derived from the art of science and teaching. In our autonomous systems group, we're focused on empowering engineers to leverage their deep expertise to teach these systems. When paired with key technologies like simulation and reinforcement learning, this also allows building incredibly sophisticated solutions that were not possible before. Teaching using these techniques benefits greatly from being able to set up scenarios in virtual environments where agents can learn. And simulators make this possible. Here you can see a video from AirSim, Microsoft simulator targeting aerial drone use cases. By modeling sensor data and a myriad of conditions that can arise in a dynamic environments of real life, you can safely train systems for scenarios like power line inspection, as you can see here. You can take situations where very limited data exists and leverage simulation to provide a very rich, varied data set that can be used to train AI systems for important tasks. Anecdotally, I once heard that to train an autonomous vehicle to drive on the road, the model would require about 1 billion driving hours for training. Something not possible in the real world, but if we look at some of our gaming engines and providing simulations, this becomes far more possible, even feasible, and far safer as well. This technology affords mechanisms for reuse and taking advantage of advances in machine learning without reworking your entire project. What to teach and how to teach it doesn't change even as the underlying machine learning algorithms do. It affords mechanisms for trustworthiness, safety boundaries, explainability, and reduction of bias, debugging via concepts and curriculum versus a data set. It affords mechanisms for scaling the human experience, and it affords mechanisms for real-world application, working in the complex, highly dynamic environments of real life. As we look to the future, we believe that machine teaching is one of the key abstracts that will unlock widespread adoption of AI. Because while not everyone need deeply know the mechanics of the inner workings of a brain or a neural network, everyone has something valuable that they know how to teach. We are making strides in machine learning, more specifically around reinforcement learning, to bring to life the AI we envision in the future. An amazing example of applied innovation anchored in real-world scenarios is our approach to reinforcement learning, or RL. Reinforcement learning is a nascent and very hot area in machine learning these days. If you look at many of the 2019, 2020 predictions that were coming out of Forbes, Gartner, and others, you would have seen that reinforcement learning was playing a central role in many of those articles. And sometimes they even mention these techniques explicitly. It was predicted by 2021 that 15% of customer experience applications will be continuously hyper-personalized by combining a variety of data and newer reinforcement algorithms. In Microsoft, we bring research and engineering together to put state-of-the-art reinforcement learning into the hands of our customers in ways that matter to them. So let's not get too technical, but what is reinforcement learning? Well, supervised learning techniques were models trained using historical data in an online setting to predict some outcome. Reinforcement learning techniques create AI agents that learn from interacting with their environments, and these environments can be real world or in a simulated world. A reinforcement learning agent decides on an action to take, and it waits to see if the environment reacts positively or negatively to that decision. An action here can be a set of recommendations to a user or a move in Miss Pac-Man. Once the feedback is received, the model learns that either the decision was good and updates itself accordingly, or the decision wasn't good and it learns from that feedback. The goal here for this model is to maximize the sum of all of its rewards. And most of our customers are familiar with supervised learning techniques. The key distinctions in reinforcement learning are: when you train a supervised learning model on historical data, you use it to predict an outcome for a given observation. In reinforcement learning, the emphasis is on acting or taking decisions. So the question is, how do you learn? In supervised learning, you create labeled data, which is extremely costly. In reinforcement learning, you learn from feedback. In supervised learning techniques, the model is trying to minimize errors, whereas in reinforcement learning, we use both a prediction and exploration to gather information for learning and optimizing the rewards. Finally, invariably, when you do supervised learning in environments where data is changing underneath you very fast, like in the news, or when you fail to train your models frequently, the model degrades over time. In reinforcement learning, it's the opposite, really. The model generally improves over time and can adapt to the changes in its environment. For example, it can adjust to changing customer behaviors or seasonality, or even hourly changes in top stories in news settings. The pursuit of finding real-world applicability is what makes Microsoft different. At Microsoft, reinforcement learning is not just a promising theory or a mind-blowing demonstration that I can do for you. That really tantalizes the inner geek in some of us. We're exploring the most promising areas of research and development in targeted teams across the company and creating solutions that can empower all of our customers to do more than they can today. Microsoft is tackling reinforcement learning from a very differentiated angle. Here we're benefiting from a pipeline of information that goes from research, not just to demos and articles in academia, but to real-world scenarios across many different engineering groups. We share a common pipeline to ensure that the breakthroughs happening at our labs translate into products that can help you, our customers. It's this laser focus of harnessing the power of new technology to democratize artificial intelligence, to make more powerful and ethical tools and solutions, to maximize business outcomes directly, that I feel makes us unique in this field. There are many places where we are applying this technology today. Let's have a quick look. Project Madya is a platform for game developers, where reinforcement learning algorithms rewards are based on the human player's fun instead of beating the game. That will make it easier for developers to create better gaming experiences. Autonomous systems, where automation has basically enabled a level of productivity that you see today. But automation is very fragile, inflexible, expensive. It's pretty cumbersome. Once you set up these systems, when everything is working well, it's fantastic. And that's what we live with today. But that's a far cry from systems that are actually autonomous. Ones that are capable of sensing their surroundings and knowing what to do when confronted with an unfamiliar situation. Instead of performing specific tasks repeatedly without variation, these autonomous systems can dynamically respond to the changing environments to solve a more difficult problem. We've got Azure Machine Learning. We are laser focused on bringing our breakthroughs to as many developers and data scientists as we can. And Azure Machine Learning is the platform where we are delivering these innovations, the underlying infrastructure for everyone to access these capabilities. But we do not only focus in our platform. We are constantly making contributions to relevant open source projects based on our learnings, like Valpal, Wabbit. Azure Personalizer, and this has been our first generally available product based on reinforcement learning. And it's won several innovation awards. It's the same tool we use to improve the performance of our Xbox Store and MSN, and it democratizes the ability to implement reinforcement learning in any application, chatbot, or website. Let's take a closer look at reinforcement learning advancements being made in the virtual video game world through Project Madya that have a great potential to impact our real world. So let's go a little bit deeper here. The party as a great example of how we're thinking about reinforcement learning in unconventional ways. Now, if you think about reinforcement learning, you've probably heard a little bit in the news, and it's usually around gaming. In the past few terms, you may have heard this term being used for solving complicated games like Google's AlphaGo and our own Microsoft research teams, such as MSR Montreal's Miss Pac-Man, where reinforcement learning agents reach the highest score possible in the game, and more recently to the latest impressive results that the MSR Asia team achieved with Mahjong, which is a far more complex game than AlphaGo or Miss Pac-Man. Why? Mahjong is a complex board game of chance, bluff, and strategy that was invented in China thousands of years ago. Personally, I'm still trying to learn the game myself while I'm here in Singapore. It is very different from chess and Go, which are perfect information games in game theory parlance, as both players are able to see everything on a board that can impact the outcome. Mahjong is an imperfect information game because many factors are unknown. For instance, players must account for their opponent's unseen tiles. This can lead to bluffs and unpredictable outcomes as they decide what to discard and whether to meld or fold. Playing becomes an art as well as a science, as players need to rely on an uncertain nature of Mahjong. With more work, these could potentially be applied to real-world solutions and situations to solve problems thrown up by unknown factors and random events. But at the end of the day, we need AI agents to work in collaboration with people. We want to train agents to understand our behavior and augment our capacities. Project Padea turns the conventional reinforced learning agent versus human video game paradigm on its head. Project Padea uses advanced reinforcement learning to collaborate and respond naturally to human interactions. In partnerships with the game developer Ninja Theory, we are using video games to address fundamental questions. How can agents better model human players' goals and preferences? And how can they collaborate and rapidly adapt to the evolving situations that involve a human player? We also want to ensure we make it possible for any developer or engineer to do this. The benefits of AI that collaborates with us goes beyond video games. AI that learns and knows how to work with us opens new doors into the future of reinforcement learning. Applications in different domains spanning from digital assistance to autonomous systems to personalized experiences. More importantly, it can empower everyone to innovate. As we look at these new types of AI, there is a longer-term vision that is emerging. The use of massive AI models as platforms will transform how we develop AI. Over the past year, deep learning models of increasingly large size have been trained to discover generalized language representations by using self-supervised models on a very large data set. These new models have achieved a level of performance in natural language processing that we have upended the field. Modern language models learn by effectively reading the book. They can be pointed at a very large public corpora of materials such as the internet and trained with self-supervised learning, which does not require any labeled data. These models are forced to discover generalized structures by often simple but powerful training objectives. One type of model is asked to predict what the next word is in a sentence. No labels needed because the label, the next word, is in the data set itself. For the model to do this correctly over many gigabytes of text that cover multiple topics, the model must induce an understanding of the underlying language, grammar, knowledge, concepts, and context. The bigger the model and the larger and more diverse the data set it is trained on, the richer and more general the structure it learns. These generalized pre-trained representations can then be fine-tuned with different labeled data sets to support a variety of tasks, a process known as transfer learning. Pre-training is expensive and is done once. Fine-tuning is cheaper and done as necessary. We refer to the current trend of increasingly larger models and their ability to power a large number of tasks as AI at scale. Our vision is to make large AI models training optimization tools, and computing resources available through Azure AI so that developers and data scientists can easily leverage these capabilities. There are two big technology trends that will take AI to the next level in the future. The first trend is the concept of massive AI models. The breakthroughs in human parity have created an accelerant for AI innovation. Just a few years ago, we created powerful deep learning models called ResNet that have many layers and artificial neurons connected between them. At the time, ResNet had a record-breaking 60 million connections or parameters. Explosion of data, increased computing power, and advances in AI are driving an exponential growth curve in these complex models. We introduced the Turing natural language generation, which you'll see at the top of this chart, the largest model ever published at 17 billion parameters, which outperforms the state of the art on a variety of language models, benchmarks and excels when applied to numerous practical tasks, including summarization and question answering. Since then, you've probably already seen OpenAI's announcement of their groundbreaking GPT-3 model, an auto-regressive language model that outputs remarkably human-like text. GPT-3 is the largest and most advanced language model in the world, clocking in at 175 billion parameters, and is trained on Azure's AI supercomputer. To train these massive models, you need the second trend, AI supercomputer. Models that generalize AI are large, hundreds of billions to trillions of parameters. A single instance of such a model would be too large to fit on any on-chip memory or be computed effectively on a single GPU or AI chip. This forces model parallelization, the splitting of the model across multiple chips and nodes. Training such a large model in an acceptable time frame, days or weeks, requires data parallelism, where individual batches of data will be split and used for training in parallel over multiple simultaneously active instances of that model. The results of this data parallelism are then averaged to produce an update of the model's parameters. This year, we announced the release of an AI supercomputer as part of Azure. In partnership with OpenAI, for context, this supercomputer has 10,000 GPUs and 285,000 CPUs, becoming the 5th largest supercomputer in the world at that time. These massive models will change the way we develop AI. They are, of course, more powerful and accurate, and we are also learning that these models are multitask. Traditionally, you would create an AI model for a particular scenario, but these models can be applied to different scenarios. And we see that internally in Microsoft, we now have a centralized team that develops the Turing model, and then other teams in Microsoft leverage this model for their particular scenario. For example, Outlook can use it for email auto reply. The Word team uses the model for document summarization. Bing, for those of you who use it, powers their question and answer feature with the same model. And even our Dynamics team uses this model for predicting customer churn based on past interactions with that customer. And soon, you will be able to use these capabilities too. We will be providing these models as part of our platform so that you can customize them for your own scenarios. That way, you can leverage the state-of-the-art massive models without the expertise, the compute, or the data required to build them from scratch. AI at scale and the collaboration and reuse of large AI models is transforming the way we operate at Microsoft. And you can see this already showing up in our products. For example, the translator here, or the transcription. Bing fine-tunes our Turing language model support, search and QA over the web. And then Word does it over documents. Outlook uses it to suggest replies to emails and the most relevant documents for a meeting. And Dynamics uses it to suggest actions to a seller based on interactions with the customer. We think of our large AI models and the systems that enable their use as a new software platform, one that enables a faster innovation and better collaboration. AI at scale is improving not only our models, our understanding of language, but also their understanding of relationships between language and other types of data. We're excited to see what our developers build with these. Let's have a quick look at that future of computing. As these AI systems evolve, our computing systems must evolve alongside them. Computing power has come quite a long way. Today, a smartphone has 300 times more compute power than a Cray 2 supercomputer in the 80s. I laugh, my children have more power in an Xbox today than many bureaus of meteorology had in the early 2000s. However, the basics of computing haven't changed much. With all the rapid advancement in digital technology over the past few years, we're quickly approaching the limits of our current infrastructure to support it, requiring us to rethink our approach to computing. We're currently seeing computing become increasingly ubiquitous. More and more data will be created from everyday objects like appliances, watches, clothing, and things we haven't even imagined yet. The future will require more computing where the data is created, more network power to transmit the data, and more storage for that data. The explosion of data will also require increased computing power in data centers. With today's technology, data centers account for approximately 20% of the world's electricity usage and 5% of our carbon emissions by 2025. This is untenable. We must find new, sustainable technologies that provide us with the capacity, speed, and efficiency we need while reducing our carbon footprint. For example, cooling is one of the biggest energy needs in a data center. The water in the ocean, which is constantly cold at a certain depth, is a great alternative to the cooling systems used today. Microsoft's project Natic takes the data center and puts it underwater. And with this approach, we can reduce the environmental impact of our systems, potentially saving millions in cooling costs. Another example would be our AI for Earth initiative. To meet these challenges, both computational and environmental, we need to redefine computing beyond silicon. Computing today is based on binary simplification, ones and zeros. While it took us very far, it's not aligned with the analog nature of the world around us. To overcome this bottleneck, we need to explore new computing paradigms. Quantum will redefine computing in the long term. Other technologies like optics will help us reimagine the data center as we know it today. Humans are generating 2.5 quintillion bytes of data every day. And that rate is only accelerating. Even with the best hard disk drives in the world, current technology simply won't be able to keep up with the demand for storage. The demand for long-term data storage is reaching unprecedented levels. By 2023, it's expected that over 100 zettabytes of data will be stored in the cloud. To operate at such scale, we must rethink how we build large-scale storage systems, as well as the underlying storage technologies. Project Silica is developing the first ever technology designed and built from the media up for the cloud. We are leveraging recent discoveries in ultra-fast laser optics to store data in quartz glass by using femtosecond lasers and building a completely new storage system designed from scratch around this technology. This opens up an incredibly exciting opportunity to change and completely rethink traditional storage system designs. Look at this piece of glass. Aside from the logos, you can only see two rectangular blocks. If, however, you look closely, microscopically close, you'd see that these are blocks of data. You would see an entire Windows 10 operating system written in the glass and completely readable. How? Let's think about this for a minute. Glass is incredibly durable. It can be boiled, scratched, microwaved, or exposed to electromagnetic pulses and still retain its form, therefore making it the perfect medium for long-term storage. We are using femtosecond lasers to write small dots in the glass, and we call them voxels. Think of them as miniature icebergs where we can control the depth and orientation, and that is what allows us to encode and decode information. This opens up incredibly exciting opportunities to challenge and completely rethink traditional storage systems and design, and to co-design hardware and software infrastructure for the cloud. We're also making changes here in optical networking. The holy grail of optical networking is being able to reduce the need to transfer between digital and optical networks. Our research teams are working on this today. Consider a prism. When you shine sunlight into it, it separates the light into distinct colors that exit the prism at unique points. So we thought perhaps we could use a prism to switch light if we can change the color it's transmitting. So you want to transmit over here, you pick red. You want to transmit over there, you pick green. Now the challenge is, can we do that really fast? E.g. as fast as light. We have developed cutting-edge optical storage and optical chips which can switch at sub-nanosecond range. Now we're working to make this scalable for networking in the cloud, combining the advances in glass, media, and optical networking is going to open up far more possibilities for a whole new kinds of data centers. Networks that can exist in the most arid or icebound regions, or miles offshore, or even underwater. Now, I am conscious of time, so I do want to finish up here with a quick chat here on the AI and the future of computing. And human-machine interaction will only have a positive impact if they are built on trust. Digital responsibility doesn't just guide how we think about innovation. We treat it as a focus area of innovation itself, informing how new technologies can be developed. So with that, I'm going to say thank you. Really excited to hear some of the other speakers today. And I hope you've been inspired by some of these bold ideas and the incredible Microsoft research teams behind them. But let's reground and remember the reason I'm sharing these is that they represent the world of innovations that we are preparing our graduates to enter. Cross-functional teams, different disciplines, combinations of technology, business, design, and all other majors all coming together to make a difference. We recently started a new initiative to share our stories of innovation more openly than ever before. You'll be able to dive deeper and learn about our biggest, boldest horizon bets. We will also showcase projects that are looking at problems from a completely different perspective and initiatives that are testing radically different alternatives for the future. That can be found by looking back. The future can't be found by looking back or standing still. It's found where no one else thought to look. Please visit microsoft.com/innovation, where you'll be able to see some of our announcements, videos, and learn more about these projects. With that, I'll say thank you and have a great event.
All right, I must say, Rob, that was very informative and enriching presentation on AI and innovations at Microsoft. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Thank you. You're very welcome.
Okay. All right, let's see if we can address a couple of questions from the audience. Are you ready?
I will do my best.
I'm going to read the first one. Okay, this question is from Yasmin. Do you have any suggestion or recommendation for educators to prepare students for AI-driven society in terms of, basic knowledge and technology exposure?
Yasmin, I really love the question. And I've thought about this on my own journey, if I can be honest. I won't give a date, but when I went to high school, I learned about bits and bytes, the TCP/IP protocols, how to connect and crimp cables, all these very fundamental technical elements. And I have no doubt that I use those and being grounded in those areas has been fantastic. But the value I got more was the hands-on applications, the solving of business problems. And this is where I'm super excited by this event. The coming together of industry and academia to provide opportunities for joint research, but also for students to take the theoretical knowledge, which is absolutely valuable, and apply it hands-on. So I think that's the first, I think, important piece here. The second one is, I mentioned earlier our multidisciplinary hackathons. Our best innovations come, and this will be the same for any other technology organization, of which every organization is now a technology company, of being able to work across multiple functions. So there's underlying 21st century skills, collaboration, communication, problem solving, computational thinking. I'm hoping this shows you how they are absolutely relevant. I was personally working on the hackathon around OneNote for educators, a tool we released, and I hope many of you are using as well, was a coming together of our education industry and our engineering teams to build better products for our customers. So that absolutely, the skills to collaborate, problem solve, but that hands-on skilling as well. And the last one is, don't necessarily focus on how to build an AI model. There's just as much relevance to how to apply an AI model to a business scenario. So there's a place for everybody in this world of innovation.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if we have time for another question. No, sorry, that's all the time we have.
My apologies. I did take up most of the time with my presentation. Happy to take any questions. I'll share my details with the team as well.
Thank you for being here, Rob.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, with that last question answered, we conclude our session for now. Okay, we're going to take a short break now, but please stay with us as we have 2 more speakers coming up. A reminder to all participants, please scan the QR code if you haven't already, so that we can record your participation. All right, let's take 5, everyone. Stretch your legs, perhaps. Make yourself a cup of tea quickly. We will be right back after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everyone is refreshed and ready for the next presentation. Two speakers coming up to share with us some insights in the field of ICT. If you have any questions about the topic, please type your questions in the Q&A box on your screen. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to introduce our next distinguished speaker, technologist Dr. Muhammad Zaliman bin Muhammad Yusuf. He is the head of strategic digital innovation at TNB ILSAS, and we are delighted to have him with us today. He has 25 years of involvement in teaching and learning with 20 years of lecturing experience. 140 published papers under his belt and had received 30 Innovation Awards. Dr. Muhammad Zaliman will be delivering his presentation about the new digital learning norms post-COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome technologist Dr. Muhammad Zaliman Muhammad Yusuf. Doctor, the room is yours.
Thank you, Puan Shaira. I hope you can clearly hear my voice. Can you?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear, Doctor.
Welcome, and please be with me on our journey on the new digital learning norms post-pandemic COVID-19. This is a new dimension of what we are experiencing for the last 2 years. And with regards to the academic industry, this is a very challenging time. And we are looking forward to the next cycle of post-pandemic and looking into what should we address on after the pandemic. A bit of history on my biodata. Of course, I'm the head of strategic digital innovation in TNB ILSAS, and I have more than 25 years of experience. I've been with Uniten for the last 20 years. Only in 2016, I opt to join TNB ILSAS. And from there, we made a lot of innovations, specifically on digital, to assist not only TNB per se, but also for external client too. And under my belt, of course, as mentioned by our distinguished MC this morning, thank you for that. I have about 140 papers. Okay, a bit of TNB ILSAS for your information. It is an official training or the official training center for TNB. Conducted training for TNB and also for others too, right? And TNB ILSAS also provide consultation services in engineering, business, operation, and also for digitalization. So that's a bit of my company introductions. But here comes the interesting bits. So we know due to COVID-19 pandemic, we pose a challenging time not only for for training organization, but also for everybody. As a result of that, in the context of TMB, we have to postpone a lot of our classes or even canceling some of our event that has been set much earlier. Now, that poses a big challenge to me as the strategic digital innovator, so-called, to come up with innovative solutions to solve this problem. And in ILSAS, for that matter, we have been embarking on digital transformation since 2017. And our focus is a new digital learning methodologies and pedagogy. And we are focusing more or mainly on IR 4.0, a friendly approach, and out of that II 4.0, for today's presentation, I will emphasize more on virtual reality and augmented reality, which is very interesting. Well, of course, come back to a bigger scope. So looking into online educations, as you all may know, we have two big dimensions or segment of the online educations. First is the synchronous learning, of course, which take place with the real in the real time, with lecturer and students online at the same time. Of course, on the other end, we have asynchronous learning. This is more of self-paced learning via online channel too, but the materials is there ready for the student, but not the lecturers. So these are the two main elements when we discuss about online educations. But of course, both of them come in with advantage and disadvantage. As you can see, as for the synchronized learnings, the advantage, of course, it has the classroom feeling. You still have your lecturers. You still have your colleagues sometimes, which you can talk to immediately in the real time, although you are physically apart. But of course, when you talk about disadvantage, it becomes a more challenging arena for you to discuss, because you still cannot have the intimacy discussion sometimes due to the limitation of technology and adaptability towards the new technology. Okay? As compared to asynchronous, the advantage is that it is more flexible. So you don't have to be at 2 o'clock in the afternoon or 8 o'clock in the morning in front of your PC. You can do as you wish. Yeah? It's up to you to decide when to learn. But of course, the disadvantage of this methodology, mostly because you are alone. Your methodology, your motivation should be on your end. You must know how to manage your time properly. Sometimes this poses a challenge to some of us. Right? Nevertheless, it is what being offered to us right now. So we have to move on with the new educations. It's not an option now for us. It is a mandatory for us to adapt into these new methods of technology. But of course, when come into the effectiveness, when come into the suitability with regard to our context, that is something where we need to think a lot. We have to deep dive, we have to go to the inside before we can decide which way to go. This is the problem being posed to me as the head of digital innovations in the training center of TNB to address the issue of 35,000 TNB staff, or even more if we consider our external client, it can goes up to 45,000 potential participants. We have to balance between asynchronous and synchronous teaching. The act of balancing requires a lot of innovation, methods, methodology, and technology to be tested. This is what I'm facing with regards to learning in the context of TNB. But of course, as the overview, or to put into context, as I mentioned to you guys, in the context of TNB, we have about 36,000 internal workers. That is one. And also, as I mentioned to you guys too, just now, we have another 10,000 external participants, which also embark into our program. And we decided that we are not just having asynchronous or a synchronous mode, but to combine it into another mode, which is called blended learning. Why is it important in the context of TNB? TNB, in the nature or in its nature, require a lot of hands-on experience, a lot of hands-on training. It is a requirement by Suruhanjaya Tenaga. That is our guardian at the government level to look after the quality and the process of training with regards to the competency level required by ST or Suruhanjaya Tenaga or Energy Commission. That poses a huge challenge to us, because we have to also convince the Energy Commission, EC or Suruhanjaya Tenaga, for them to adopt a new methodology. So in the context of TNB, blended learning is huge. Blended learning is important. Because we have to marry between what is considered as theory and practical into one system. Right? So that is the underlying philosophy behind my presentation today. But of course, on one end, the e-learning has a lot of advantage, as you can see here. We can afford to have more trainers. We can also have a longer durations of trainings. Imagine in the context of TNB, our staff is doing a lot of field work, and they are embarking on a lot of projects. So the time for them to come into training somehow or rather limited by the projects they are embarking on. So we have to find ways and means so that they can still learn while they are doing their daily stuff. And on top of that as well, the physical or the geographical locations of the MB offices is also a challenge, because we have offices all over the country, and for them to travel to ILSAS in KL, for instance, of course we have another two in Malim Nawa in Perak and another one in Kulai, also poses another challenge as well. Because for them to travel, the traveling time itself might take 4 to 5 hours. So we have no choice but to look into digital solution. Otherwise, we cannot be as competitive as ever. So that is the challenge. Then, of course, come COVID, it makes it even harder for us to decide. It even make even harder for us to manage our training, because the physical classes is almost banned for us to run our class. So as you can see here, the pre-pandemic, before the pandemic, our main income or main classes or main methodology is just a physical class. But during the pandemic, during the height of the MCOs for the last 1.5 years or almost 2 years right now, we have to run it on fully online mode. This poses a great challenge for us because of the limitation of our online session to tackle the issue of hands-on. I think this is quite similar to those who are involved in, of course, in the technical education. Right? Now, come post-pandemic, we have to find ways and means. Of course, we have to go under blended learning, virtual class, and virtual reality. These three concepts is what we need to emphasize on, and that make us again look into the new methodology. I list out some of our challenges in the context of ILSAS. One, of course, we have to look into the new methodologies. So we embark on virtual reality and virtual class. That's something interesting that I will showcase later. Of course, the other issues come with this methodology is the technical issues. As you can see, there's a huge gap generation in TNB starting from 18 maybe up to 60. So we have to tackle for that, and we address the issues of self-awareness and self-regulations when come into technical issues. This is something that we are tackling on, but I'm not dwelling into it today. This is another aspect that we have to tackle. Of course, we are talking about generation gap and how to address it. We develop what we call empathy skills, and of course, the social skills to reduce the gap. This is another area that we can discuss in detail later. If anyone interested to know about the method that we use, then we can always discuss it. We can take it offline. And of course, the other one is self-centered learning. Motivation of the staff to learn is very crucial when we talk about self-centered learning. So if you guys notice, most of the issues is about emotional intelligence capability. So what we are trying to say here is that apart from the technical issues, the methodology issues, we have to prepare ourselves and our team and also our participant with the emotional intelligence competency, which is something interesting which we can discuss further later on. Now come to the interesting bit. I think your guys, our participant, our dear participant today are coming from various institutions, looking into some practical elements. Sorry for the typo error. Virtual reality learning environment. You're looking into some solutions, some aspirations, how people do it in industry level. This is where I will share some of our experience. And we will start with VR training experience. Now, why is it important in the context of TMB to put hands-on experience on the top of the list? As I mentioned to you guys earlier, to all educators, my fellow friends here, in the context of TNB, it is very, very crucial for us to address the issue of hands-on training because it is a requirement by the governance body, which is Surajaya Tenaga. That is why we have to tackle this as our main priority. We have to find a replacement for the hands-on experience. That is one. I mean, of course, as much as possible, we want to mimic it 100% equal. But of course, it takes time and it takes a lot of resources to develop and also the acceptance level to come to that stage. Now, the second one is risk-free training. This is very important too. When you talk about electrical industry, it is a very safety concern area. So you cannot make any mistake. A slight mistake can be fatal. So a risk-free training is another important element that we have to address when come into the VR environment that we develop in ILSAS. And of course, the other one is used anywhere and anytime. This is with regard to the geographical location of TNB. As I mentioned to you guys earlier, this is very, very critical. Okay, due to the pandemic COVID-19 issues, because people cannot travel from Alustar, from Penang, from Johor, from Malacca to KL. However, training must go on. We cannot stop developing competency of our staff. So it is a mandatory task given by our TNB HQ to us to find a ways and means so that we can still improve and train our staff. And finally, it's about immersive experience. This is something very, very important too. Why? Because we want these people to feel as if they are at they are at the actual site or on field, so that when they go to do the actual projects later, the feeling that they undergo through the training can really mimic the actual experience on site. Right? So these are four main elements that we have to take into account in creating the VR environment. Now come to the interesting bit. Okay, I can show you one of the two examples today for our presentations. So please enjoy one of the videos I prepared for you guys. So this is one sample. As you can see, our training are doing. Okay, there's a dashboard there that indicates whether or not they are doing it rightly. Okay. Okay, this and I can not at the time you can these people or this staff is picking the right stuff and they have to do it in a proper manner. Okay. So as you can see here, once they pick up the phone or the stuff, then we can indicate whether they are grabbing the right object or not. Okay. I also mentioned earlier, this is about about safety. As you can see in the list here, these are all the mandatory requirement of the Surajaya Tenaga ST, and the steps for you to follow must also in the proper order. This is one example. Let us see another example. Okay. Okay, this is another example of working at height simulation. Let us see the videos. Okay, as you can see here, you can have people at the side. Okay, they have to move and use the actual devices required for them to climb the maybe you can see also notes there that help the staff to undergo the process. Okay, these are some of the example of system required or developed by ILSAS to ensure we have a high level of competency as well as safety. Okay, that is one of the session or of the innovation that we develop. Of course, the full concept might take some time for us to deliver. Right. So it is in place right now, which we can explore if you guys interested. Some of you would like to have the feeling of how you can use that system. We can communicate and of course discuss further on that. Now come to the second bit, which is virtual training system. As you guys know, as I mentioned earlier, we have a lot of problems to organize the system, organize the training session. So we have to find a ways and mean to develop the solution. Of course, here the virtual training systems emphasis on four main pillars. First, provide 3D virtual experience with complete user management. This is very crucial. In the context of training, we have to check, list, or make sure everybody are on board. And we have to have a lot of user management processes to check on the technologies as well as the people who are coming to the class. So the attendance, for instance, is required to be stamped into the system so that we can monitor our system easily. Second, to enhance user experience learning, of course, this is where everybody is looking into it. And we have to always look into means and materials so that we can use that in an efficient way. And the third one is reusability of materials. Yeah, as you can see, in the context of TNB, we have a lot of materials, a lot of trainings, as well as materials that need to be procured, and that costs a lot. And we are looking into means and way to reduce some of our costs, and through 3D and virtual reality systems, we can of course lower down the cost through the reusability of materials. And finally, we are talking about cost effectiveness in the long term. Okay? So bearing in mind all of these main focus, that we develop our system. Yeah, of course, we have our own live learning virtual class. It is like Google Meet, but we have our own. We have also some WebEx, but more interestingly, we combine this into a 3D virtual space. A 3D virtual space. This is interesting because we want to have the immersive experience. We want to have the more or better user experience, so that we can embark on this virtual space. I will show a case to you, one of the sample, but this is a tutorial that people should experience in our virtual space. But this virtual space required a lot of experience, a lot of work and effort. Okay, as I mentioned to you, we have our online, which is basically like seminar like today. Also can be done under our virtual training class. But of course, more importantly, as I mentioned to you, which is quite distinguished or distinct, quite different from others, is our 3D virtual space ability. Okay, I will show to you one of the features of our system. Let us enjoy this video together.
Welcome to the ICLET 2020 user guide. First, you need to click the login button. On the next page, sign in using your email and password virtual 2020. Then click the login button. Click accept once you have read the terms and conditions. Next, update your profile by entering your company name and designation. You can also change the password and update your profile picture. Then, click the Save button. You need to sign in again using your email and entering your new password. To ensure we are able to engage with you, we have employed the gamification element in ICLET 2020. Every day, there will be a quiz for you to answer to collect points. The 10 participants with the highest accumulated points will receive prize from ICLET 2020. On the menu to the left, there is a navigation tab to make it easier for you to experience this virtual conference. Click the virtual event to enter the virtual conference. Use the direction cursor to move about. Using the mouse or touchpad, you can turn to your left and right, as well as get a 360-degree view of the virtual conference setting. Click on the circle to proceed to the next step. You can visit and interact with the virtual booths on view. There are 24 booths in all. For example, you can click on the video icon to watch the videos as well as the posters and materials being displayed. You can also live chat with our exhibitors, and I believe they will love it. Click Quick Access to find the main location of the events such as iCloud Theatre, Guru Room, Brain Branches, iCloud Studio, and Chindikia Cafe. Click the tentative schedule on the left menu to find out the activities that are going on every day. The item in purple marks the location where the activities for this virtual conference are held. For example, the opening, launching, and the keynote speaker sessions will be held in the iCloud Theatre. Academic and industrial paper presentations are in the Brain Branches. The mini classroom in Guru Room, and the coffee and talk is held in Chindikia Cafe. Here are the list of exhibitors in iCloud 2020. To get more details about them, you can click View Details, and you can also visit their booth for exciting activities and win exciting prize. We also provide a network link for you to leverage your network for the betterment of the L&D industry. The 4th ILSAS International Virtual Conference on Learning and Development iCloud 2020 is sponsored by the Naga National Berhad in the effort to foster greater understanding and knowledge to empower the country and even the world.
Okay, guys, thank you for the participation, and I'll come back to our moderator.
All right, that was indeed an impressive virtual learning environment and training system that ILSAS has developed for TNB employees and external participants. Thank you, Doctor, for that very enlightening presentation on post-pandemic learning norms. Okay, Doctor, maybe we can answer a few questions from the audience.
Of course, I'm ready for it.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to read the first one. This question is from Hayati Hashim, and the question is, what is the effectiveness of virtual learning compared to the normal learning method, specifically for TVET learning, TVET
Yeah.
education?
Good. Thank you. The Puan Hayati, right? From
Yeah.
From Hayati, from where? If I may know.
From Serdang.
So now, okay, good. This is a typical, and of course, this is a auditor question. When we first embark on this journey, or the first question asked by the auditor is on the effectiveness, because people are so not to say doubtful. People are skeptical in the beginning, of course. Yes, this is a very important question, but through our research, we benchmark our performance as compared to what people are delivering throughout in global arena. We are not far from achieving uh, the level of acceptance of effectiveness. Of course, at the moment, we are not achieving the expected result as anticipated earlier, but we are moving towards that. So it is going into the a step into the right directions, and hopefully, with many more experimental studies and tweaking on our approach,
Mhm.
we may achieve that level very soon. As I can see, as I can mention to you guys, those who are interested in this area, TVET is a good area and very important area for us to explore together. Those who are here in Tibet, please come and join us. And I offer my service and my help as well. If you guys are interested to know how we are doing it, And we can also advise you guys a bit on the practicality issues when we embark together on this TVET. To answer Puan Hayati's question, yes, we are moving into the right direction. We are very close to the endorsement of the Suruhanjaya Tenaga, but it's still a work on progress, or in progress, I would say. Yeah. That's my response to it.
Alright. Okay, thank you, Doctor. We have a few more questions, but unfortunately, we don't have time to address all. I think that's all for now, Doctor. Thank you for your response.
Okay, but if anybody interested to work together or to explore further on these technologies, please do so together with me. Maybe the organizer can share my email address to all the participants. I'm more than happy because this is huge. This is important for the nation, especially on TVET arena. Please.
Right.
I believe we can do together and move forward together. Thank you for all the
Thank you.
participants, and lovely to have you guys today listening to my presentation. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Doctor. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed to the next presentation. I am pleased to call upon our next speaker, Professor Insinyur Dr. Muhammad Huzaimi Yusof, who is a professor at Faculty of Electrical Engineering, University Technology Mara, Malaysia. Professor Dr. Muhammad Huzaimi Juso, he is the Head of Research and Innovation at College of Engineering and Chair at the IEEE Communication Society VTS Malaysia Joint Chapter. His research interests are space weather and satellite applications. To date, he has supervised more than 15 postgraduate students and leads more than 10 national research grants. He is also a visiting associate professor at QTech, Japan since 2017 until now, lecturing on the subject of space weather and satellite interaction system. With that, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Insinyur Dr. Muhammad Huzaimi Jusof with his presentation on space-based IoT utilizing nanosatellite technology. Let's hear it.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Director?
loud
Okay,
and
good.
clear.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. And good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. First of all, thank you to the Madam Moderator. Thank you to the organizer, main organizer, MGII, for inviting me to share some perspective on our current technology right now, which we will embark on the previous projects, several projects, and then this will be, I think this will be the huge technology which can be benefited, and then will be significant impact to not only to global, but specifically to Malaysian community. Okay, I will start my presentation, my sharing session with this is the topics of discussion today. We will start with what is the basic concept of nanosatellite technology, and then the discussion, the explanation on this will be based on our previous satellite project. We call it UITM-SAT-1, which successfully launched to the space around 2018. And then what is it, a new space era right now? Then the potential necessities of constructing satellite IoT system. It will be very interesting topic on this one, space-based IoT. The design of space-based IoT to complement the existing terrestrial-based IoT system, And then what is it? Then the last part would be on the impacts of nanosatellite and future technology. First of all, what is it nanosatellite? Another terms, we also call it CubeSat because it is in the cube size. It's in the cube size, and then these nanosatellites are loosely defined as any satellite weight less than 10 kilogram in total. As long as the satellites, the total weight is 10 kilogram, we call it nanosatellites. And then that one in terms of the size, in terms of the weight, and then in terms of the size, it will be cube size, cube shape, and then the size would be between, we call it 1U. 1U is the small, for the nanosatellite, smallest one. 1U represents 10 centimeter cube. So 10 centimeter cube of satellites, and then it can goes up to 2U, 3U, and until up to 12U, as long as within the maximum weight 10 kilogram. And then, for example, for 1U, it's roughly the weight is 1 kilogram, 1.33 kilogram, roughly like that. Then these CubeSats must also comply with a series of specific criteria or ISO or standard that control factors such as shape, because this shape, size, and weight depend on how we are going to launch our nanosatellite to the space. If we would like to launch our nanosatellite to the space by using ISS or deployer from ISS, International Space Station, of course, we need to meet the specification of the deployer from ISS, whereby this is it's a very critical point where the design should be very accurate, where we have less than 5 millimeters accuracy. This one, the gap for the size with the weight we need to comply, and then of course with the size of the deployer from the ISS. And then if we need to, for example, launch by piggyback, we put the rocket and then piggyback the nanosatellites at the in the rocket, then we also need to comply with the specific regulation and standard based on the rocket launcher. So today, the new configurations are still under development because these satellites, nanosatellite technology is still quite new. It started roughly around 10 years ago. However, the development is still ongoing, and then it's offering relatively inexpensive access to space. It's relatively cheap access to the space, whereby before this we have a big company, big organization or government agency only have access to the space, have access to launch the satellite. But right now, even the university level or startup company can launch their satellites based on the current technology that we have right now. Okay, next. This is the basic structure as I explained earlier. For 1U size, for example, this is the cube shape of the satellites. It contains several payloads. Payloads here is mission. Mission we are going to carry with this mission. With the payload has several sensors, and then powered by solar panel and battery for the satellites. And then the lifetime, it depends on the battery and solar cycle. The battery, which is the capability of the battery to withstand with the space environment, plus the solar cycle, the environment, the space environment. As we know, we have the 11-year solar cycle. Then we need to plan when we are going to send the or to launch our nanosatellite, so that it can stay for a certain time of period in orbit in the space. Roughly for nanosatellite, if we launch at 400 kilometers, which at the same altitude of ISS, International Space Station, with that we have roughly around 1 to 2 years 1 to 2 years lifetime in the space. So it varies. It varies with the altitude. Means that if we locate our satellites higher than 400 kilometer, for example, at LEO. So which means that low Earth orbit below than 2,000 kilometers. So we will have roughly 3 to maximum 4 years. Maximum 4 years. That one roughly for the LEO orbit. But if we goes higher, then the lifetime would be higher. That one because of the gravity of the Earth, which is pulling our our satellite to the Earth. So it means that we need to make sure that our satellites is orbiting in the space at certain speed and certain altitude. So this we need to plan and then to arrange with the we call it in the international for the arrangement, which is monitor our regulation, which is in Malaysia we have MCMC, Malaysian Commission of Multimedia and Communication, for SKMM. And then internationally, we need to deal with ITU, International Telecommunication Union, for registration of the filing of the frequency, plus with the United Nations Outer Office for Space Affairs, UNOSA, that one for the registration of space object in the space. Okay, next. The comparison between nanosatellites versus conventional satellites that we have right now. So humankind successfully sent its first satellites, artificial satellites, roughly around 1957 by Russia. So since then, until the end of 20th century, the world superpowers led by the government, big companies, launched hundreds of satellites. So we call it this one in the era of space race. This is a space race. Everyone moving to race, try to achieve to launch the satellites to the space. To date, the space technology has tended to become increasingly large and sophisticated, accessible only to the space agencies or most developed countries. So for a new space right now, it started just a few years back. The new space is based on the to create less expensive satellites. The development period is shorter, means that it's a democratizing. We call it democratizing the access to the space. With these nanosatellites, the benefit that we traditionally reserve exclusively for large companies, developed countries right now, everyone has the access to the space with the advantage of less size, smaller size, lower price, and then short development, plus less complexity. Means that when with the simpler product, simpler satellites, less complexity, and then the time period to develop will be shorter, and then the risk will be lower for the complexity of the subsystem. Okay, next. Why small satellite? Again, short-term development period, low cost, less complexity, low risk. When we approach for lean approach, I will share with you what is a lean approach right now, and then the developer of the satellite will have the experience of the state of the art of technology. If I'm compare here, the TiongSat, this is under the small satellite, 50 kilogram, roughly the cost. This one, the 2 years development period. 2 years development period. RazakSat, 7 years. And then for the small satellite that we may have right now, the development less than 2 years, roughly 18 months. Last time, our developed satellites takes roughly around 15 months only for UITM-SAT-1. So this lean satellite concept, this is a part of their size, cost, complexity, and then we need to focus on the shorter time. Time is a very critical, very crucial here, since the technology development, advancement move rapidly, very quick, very fast. So we need to make sure that our sensor, our components is not obsolete. And then the technology that we are going to provide, to offer, within the trend with the current technologies. Because the current technology, for example, if we take into the camera, for example, imaging, time to time the imaging will become, or the image that we can capture from the camera, small tiny camera, the size of camera becomes smaller, and then the resolution becomes better and better. That's why we need to make sure that the time period is within the time periods that we would like to develop for nano satellites. Then roughly takes around 15 months, and then with this lean satellite is utilizing non-traditional satellite with risk and reward considerations. Means that there are certain steps, certain space environment steps we can skip, so that we may have ample time. Why we can skip? Because of the complexity of the system, plus the altitude of satellites we are going to locate, which means that it's not exposed to a big, huge space environment. At 400 kilometers, we're still under the LEO, and then the space environment, the radiation, the factors of the space is not as harsh, as severe as if we locate our satellites at higher altitude. So this new paradigm and approach need to be created for the upstream technology, because here when we call it the technology for space technology, we have two parts here. One upstream technology, and then another one downstream technology. Upstream technology means that for the engineers, the satellite developers, the technical person is going to develop the space object or satellites here, launch to the space. This we call it upstream technology. And then another part is for the application, for remote sensing, for example, for tracking, for Earth observation, the image we are going to capture, that one we call it downstream technology. Is more to application of that space technology. Where are we going? For this one, the big companies, we have several big companies. I'm going to share with you the technology trend later. Move into the smaller size of satellites, where the implementation of this new lane space will be significant, and then will be in focus for general industry player. The stage of UITM Sat1 project development, last time we started this one, in 2016, the development of UITM Sat1 from the mission design review, and then later we have preliminary design review, where the students, we gather the students here from 3 countries to develop the satellites together with Japan. We have Malaysia, Philippines, and Bhutan together with country of Japan to develop 3 identical nano satellites. With this preliminary design review, the team members will need to prepare, if we can see here, the breadboard model here. So from here, they will need to go through the critical design review, the testing in the space environment, in the special chamber here. This is the deployer, the imitation of deployer in ISS. And then we have another stage of critical design review, CDR2. And then we completed the design, the flight model around March 2018, where the total development period only 15 months for this one. And then the process all observe and then follow the rules by the space agency, either by the NASA and by the JAXA, so Japan Exploration Agency. And then these are the missions of our satellites. Last time we have the camera mission. We have number 2 for single event latch up. This is to monitor or to monitor the performance of solar cell in the space. And then we have a technology demonstration on COTS for the GPS. And then number 4 be on the magnetometer to measure the geomagnetic in the space. And then the mission number 5 and number 6 more to amateur radio communication. This one is alternative communication. Okay, we successfully launched the satellites to space in June 2018. Roughly 2 months later, we successfully deployed the satellites to outer space at 400 kilometers. This is the real photo from the ISS here. And then this is our final product of UITM Sat-1. Okay, the satellites need to move in the constellation. This is to increase the access of the satellites to the space. I will skip on this one since I will focus more on the the space IoT here. Okay, this is just a theoretical on how we are going to have the constellation of nanosatellites. So the key facts about CubeSat is on the polar orbit, and then many people ask on what happened at the end of the life of the nanosatellites, whether it will contribute to the debris in the space. The answer is at the end life of the satellites, because it's quite low with the gravity of the Earth, so it re-enters the atmosphere and disintegrates, means that it's burnt out. So it means that at the end of 2 years, 1 to 2 years, we are not contributing to any space debris in the space for these nanosatellites. Okay, and then this is the speed, roughly 8 kilometer per second or 28,000 kilometer per hour. We need to make sure that these satellites move at this speed to maintain the altitude at 400 kilometer. This 8 kilometer per second is the same as the speed of ISS rotating or orbiting the Earth. Okay, how many satellites are in the space right now? This is based on UNOSA that I mentioned earlier here. More than 8,000 objects in the space, quite a cram in the space right now. However, if you can see in the trend is increasing. Last 4 years, 2017 until now, is increasing. The numbers of increasing, and then the majority of satellites that launch to the space is from the nano size. This is nano size of satellites at size 1.1 to 10 kilogram. These small satellites has a function of remote sensing. Technology development means that we are still not left behind too far, because 80% of the mission is for technology development. And then we also have the military intelligence, communication, and for scientific expedition for the small sat mission. And then this is the framework of the space IoT mission. Means that we may locate our ground sensor terminal on the ground, and then with this one, it will communicate with the satellite when satellite pass through the area, and then this ground sensor terminal will communicate with satellites, and then these satellites, our nano satellite, will forward the data to the ground station. This is very useful for those researchers or observation we need to make at the rural areas, at the area where we have no access to the 4G, 3G, or internet access. For this one, for example, to monitor the forest fire, to monitor the growth of the palm oil industry, to monitor the water quality, then this is very important, very useful, where we can have the data from our sensor, ground sensor terminal, to be transported, to be forwarded to satellites, and then these satellites will forward the data to the ground station. This is what we call it store and forward. The satellite will store the data from the ground and forward the data back to the ground station to be analyzed. Okay. For the project, we have collaboration with several other countries. For now, we already have 15 countries in collaboration to help us to monitor the data from the ground. And then these are the ground session. Okay, and then this is the photo of the ground session we have here. We have one in Malaysia on top of the building, our building here. So we have amateur ground session here to monitor the satellite operation. And then the route to success for this project. First, satellite constellation means that we need to have a collaboration. Second, multiple ground session. This is to improve the access of the satellite data to the Earth. Means that the more ground session we have, when the satellite pass through that particular countries, we may have our partners to download the data from our satellites. Means that the access of the satellite data to the ground. Third will be industry and academia synergy. For this one, since the development covering the space grade component, space grade technology, then is very crucial and critical to have industry involvement here. And then the capacity building, where we expose the student, the engineers, the technical, the person in charge on the subsystem for the space science, the technology, and covering the management, the technology management, plus the space law for the process of launching of satellites. So this is the new space. As I mentioned earlier here, it provides cheaper access, high quality data, the great benefits for engineers, scientists to learn a new technology. And then it delivers low barrier for space industry entry, not necessarily for big company, startup company will also possible to have the satellites. We are not phasing out the old space system, however, to serve the industry in separate ways, which means that we are complement on the existing technology, and then these new players can work efficiently with fixed cost contracts because of lower costs. Okay, and then this is the current trend in space industry. We have here, you can see here the OneWeb launching 700 satellites, SpaceX more than 4,000 satellites, and then 12,000 satellites in the LEO orbit. We have Telesat more than 100 satellites, and then few more companies launching the satellites, nano satellites here. This will be great access benefits, and then the technology demand right now. And then the potential necessities of constructing this satellite IoT system, I think I've explained here to cover on the extreme topography, where it's a limited access, limited deployment of terrestrial technology. Indispensable base station is not feasible to develop the base station for terrestrial based technology network. And then for the cost efficient, this is satellite IoT system provides a cost efficient, where we only need to have a GST, and then this GST, the registered GST with the MCMC, we can communicate directly with the satellites. And then this is another part. If you would like to monitor the water quality, this is also the system. And then the system based on LoRa here, long range wide area network for this one. For this LoRa, we can use for Malaysia, we are allowed to use the frequency between 433 to 437 megahertz for this one under the MCMC license for this one. So as long as our developed system LoRa within that frequency with registered equipment, then we can have the our gateway to transfer the data to the satellites directly. So this is LoRa based design, as I mentioned earlier. We may have the gateway here, and then we may have several sensors. We can have a LoRa gateway, LoRa terminal connected to the gateway, and then this gateway will communicate with the antenna and then transfer to the. This is one of our collaborator here, Kitsune Nano Satellites, 6U satellites, and then to transfer the data to satellites, and then the satellite will then forward our data to our ground station. This is there are huge potentials and then opportunity for everyone to to embark into this technology. It's not necessarily for us to develop satellites, just we can be a player on the ground to develop this DST with the cost less than 3,000 ringgit. Less than 3,000 ringgit, we can have a complete system from the sensor, from the gateway, from the antenna, and then the whole subsystem with the database system. And then the Kitsune or the satellite project, we can have a collaborator with us. And then this is the methodology we can have. In general, we can use just Arduino or Raspberry Pi as a microcontroller for this one. And then we can have clock module here with a LoRa module and then transmitting antenna. This is quite simple. I have a photo here. This is a data logger system. This is handmade. We make it a handmade. Of course, it's not complete, not ideal, but we can communicate this one for a certain range of satellites, distance for this one. And then this is the design of QFH antenna to communicate with the satellites. And then with a LoRa module, with a data packet, we can have here those audience who are interested to join us to have the satellite communication system, or to have the sensor to be communicated with the satellites. Please contact us, so we can all together have the sensor on the ground and then communicate with the existing satellites right now. And then this is the results. So we can monitor based on the SDR, the data that we receive based on database. I think everyone quite familiar with this one. I think this is quite simple technology you can embark on, and the sensor, the components are available in the market. So here, the important points to bring back. First, the ability for a manufacturer or any firm to compete in environments that are rapidly changing is depend on adoption. How we are going to meet the competitive threats, and then to grab the new opportunities here. Second, the advancement of communication technologies are providing many firms for the space race. Here to launch satellites, to have the space technology here. And then the third points here, the space-based IoT is a powerful supplementary. I'm not saying this is a replacement to the existing terrestrial system. It's a supplementary. We complement the existing system, which aims to cover remote area where we have no access to the terrestrial technology. Therefore, the compatibility between two systems should be considered for this one. So the future space, I have 1 or 2 slides more here. Just overview the future space right now. This is like dots in the space. In the next 5 years, question to be pondered, is there any space in space for us? Because it's more crowded, companies launching thousands of satellites. The private commercial entities are actively interested in space exploration, and they have the fun to do it. And then LEO becomes too crowded until eventually huge tracts of space are no-go zones for spacecraft. Means that if not today, we will be the user, the space user throughout our life, because it's crowded, crammed out there. If we can relate with the theme of talks this few days of the program, we have IR 1.0 until 4.0 right now to the cyber physical systems, but certain groups right now are looking into what will be the IR 5.0. What is it, the technology trend will be based on the space technology or based on AI. This is something to ponder. Okay, with that, I think that's wrap up my sharing session today. The satellite, in general, we implement the global technology to solve the local issues. Thank you, moderator, for moderate the session, and then I'm pass the session to
All right.
the moderator. Thank you.
All right, Professor. Right. Is there any space in space for us now? Definitely, Doctor. It is something for us to ponder.
Yes.
All right. That was a very informative and quite impressive, Doctor, about your presentations on the space IoT that has been developed by your ITM. Thank you for
Mm.
sharing that with us. All right,
You're
Professor.
welcome.
I have one question from the audience.
Okay.
This question is from Mr. Fazli Abubakar. All right, the question is, based on your opinion, how far the nanosatellite technology can be beneficial to the TVET education?
Okay. It's a very good question for this one. When we talk about TVET, the Technical Vocational Education and Training, the development of satellites, the nanosatellites, because it has a state of the art of technology, means that the students, the engineers or the technical person will deal with the hands-on, experience to develop the satellites, and it covers not only the communication electronic, it covers also on the structure, on the material, on the electronic components, in the system design, and onboard computer. This cover the whole process, the complete system, comprehensive environment for the technical and vocational education and training system. Means that it's more to hands-on rather than on the theoretical part. So I think this 100% for sure is a tally and supporting the TVET education system that we are focusing right now. Yes, Dok.
Okay,
Silakan.
Professor. How about the demands based on the concept of nanosatellite technology from the industry perspective?
From the industry perspective, as mentioned earlier, the trend right now is increasing, starting tremendously, the increasing trend from 2017. And then from there, hundreds of satellites launch every year. Every year means that for every month, we have more than 20 or 30 satellites launched per month. Means that um, uh, the demand from industry, the startup companies would like to have the POC, proof of concept, on the technology of satellites, and then with the uh, the the full access, everyone can have satellites, everyone can launch the satellites here. Means that I have seen a lot of startup companies, SME, small medium industry or enterprise, to embark into this space technology. Plus, with the revolution industry that we have in the country right now, this will be great benefits, great access to the industry, and then the space startup companies to look into different perspective. We have IoT, uh, cloud management data,
Right.
and then automation system. However, in the different perspective on space-based IoT will be a good points, good area to be explored by the new space startup. Yes.
Right.
Plus,
Okay.
maybe
That's
moderator,
like, yeah.
if we can see right now, number one, the first and second richest person in the world
Mm-hmm.
are the first Elon Musk, second is Jeff Bezos. Both
ILSAS,
of
yeah.
them led SpaceX company and Blue Origin. These are the space-based company dealing with the space tourism, dealing with the space technology. Then I think those who would like to be richer, richest person, please embark and then enjoy the this new technology of the space. Yes.
Definitely. That's very great to hear, Professor. That's very promising. Okay, I think that is all the time we have for now.
Okay.
That answer conclude our session for now. Thank you, Professor, for being with us today.
Okay, thank you,
Thank
moderator and organizer. Hope to see you again. Bye bye.
Bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now close to 1 o'clock in the afternoon Malaysia time. We are at the end of the morning session. We shall take a break and we'll resume our sessions at 2:15 Malaysia time, 2:15 in the afternoon Malaysia time, for more insightful presentation. Thank you so much for being with us from morning till noon. We hope to see you again when we come back. I am Nushaira binti Muhammad Hamdan, signing off. Take care everyone and stay safe. Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum, good afternoon, and welcome back to the Industry Institution Engagement and Educator Summit 2021. Thank you for staying with us for today's session. We are now in parallel session 1, Information and Communication Technology, ICT. My name is Nordalila Azlan, and I'll be responsible for moderating the presentations this afternoon. For this session, we have 3 speakers with us. Our first speaker is Professor Technologist Dr. Rabiah Ahmad, who is the Dean of Faculty of Information and Communication Technology, University Technical Malaysia Melaka, UTM. We also have Dr. Mazlan Abbas as our second speaker, the CEO of Favor IoT. Our third speaker is Associate Professor Siti Hawa binti Roslan, who is the Director of Center for Global Online Learning, University Tun Hussein Onn, Malaysia, UTHM. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, a bit on the housekeeping notes. Please don't forget to scan the QR code as shown on your screen for your attendance. Next, during the presentation, if you have any questions for the speaker, please type them in the Q&A box on your screen. The committee will choose the questions for the speakers accordingly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me introduce our first speaker. Our first speaker for this session is the Professor of Information Security and Privacy at University Technical Malaysia Melaka since 2015. Currently, she is the Dean of the Faculty of Information Communication Technology at the same university. She has been actively involved in curriculum development related information and cybersecurity academic program. She is also active in delivering lectures in various areas of information security, such as security management, cryptography, operational and physical security, and many more. To the industry, she is actively involved in cybersecurity professional certification program known as Global ACE. In research, she and her team has put a lot of efforts to leverage new knowledge, such as introducing multi-perspective of insider threats, survival analysis for exploring cybersecurity risks, cyber-physical system security, and hybrid authentication protocol for wireless body area network. Here to discuss analyzing cyber threats and managing risks of digital transformation, please welcome Professor Technologist Dr. Rabiah Ahmad. Over to you, Professor.
Assalamualaikum. Thank you very much, Ms. Chairman. Okay, let me just first. Yep. Someone has to share the slide for me, please, because I have emailed the slide. Yep. Okay, again, first of all, I would like to thank organizer for inviting me to this such an outstanding event. And we have tested the StreamYard. I have tested the slide and etc. at 12 in this afternoon. Unfortunately, I have to say sorry first. I do apologize. I'm from Kampung Cincin, Jasin, Melaka, and so I would like first I would like to thank the organizer again, and let me introduce myself. Well, I know that Madam Chairman has already mentioned. I'm currently the Dean of Faculty Information Communication Technology, and before this, I was a strategic director for UTM, and I was involved with information security since 1998. So, okay, for today, I was given a topic for half an hour to talk on cloud, revolution and cloud and cybersecurity, but I try to be more focused on whatever that I have experienced in information security, particularly in analyzing cyber threats and also risk analysis. And as we know, as the audience know, and also distinguished guests to this event, we know that cyber threats and cybersecurity, cybersecurity is such a very important issue nowadays. And as we also know, the world know that because of the revolutions, industry 4.0 and digital transformations scenario, so information security become a very everyone that put high attention to information security. So let me briefly share with you, especially to all audience, during this pandemic, we have to be very careful when doing transactions or online. So maybe for the first few minutes in this session, I will just share with you. I'm sure that this session is more a sharing session about digital transformations, and then we will go through on a little bit on cyber threats and risk management, how we should have a risk-based thinking in our life, especially when we conducting online transaction. And then I will share our experience in developing a CHARA, cost assessment in risk analysis. And then I will share with you about the insider threat. This is actually the most important thing that I'm going to share with you guys about the why we have to put more attention in combating insider threats. And the last two topics, and the last chapters, perhaps we can share on the trend, the research trend in cybersecurity. And then just a small final notes at the end of the sessions. All right, next. Okay, as I mentioned, I think the camera here, because of I don't have green screen, so it's more like I will share at the end of the session. I will share my real picture. Right. So okay, back to this. Okay. The most important thing is now we know that because of the industry revolution 4.0, so everyone talking about IoT. Everyone's we have to get connected. We need cyber, we need devices, and we need a transaction in order to make sure that a complete operations. And most of the transaction is actually involved, from one destination to another destinations, and it's transmit over communication channel. So within that transaction, there's a lot of things that might can be happen. But the most important thing that what we have to know, what we want to have is actually the sender receive the right message. The sender send the right message, and the right receiver receive the right message. So this is the most a simple basic principle that we must have in mind. All right, next please. Thank you. As everyone know, technology evolve, right? I think when I started my first degree, when I did my first degree, we learn about what we call it as assembly language, mainframe. And then we are exposed to client and server technology, and then we are exposed to workstations, and then we are exposed to internet technology, and then we are exposed to mobile technology, handphone and whatsoever, and then ensemble technology, and etc. So technology change, and then when we discuss about internet, when we discuss about connecting to the internet, so we only focus to office automations, those who are doing business, but those who are in the factory, they remain using the local area network, or they remain to use their internal communication, internal network, in order to get connected from one to another. Okay. And then we learn about the technology change, and then we learn about cyber physical system, where all the devices connected to the cyber and connected to the system, to the main system, in order to operate. And most of the cyber physical system are used by those in a very critical sector, like energy, power plant, and etc., and also in manufacturing, automotive, and etc. So that's why IR 4.0 Malaysia perspective, we do have national policy for IR 4.0. And then due to by 2020, we are shocked by the pandemic, and everyone talk about digital transformation. And I think before that, we have talked about a digital transformation. But when we talk about digital transformation, our thinking is more on business, online business, online business for the public user. Okay, doing business over the internet and by the ordinary user. Okay, so internet become a must to every one of us, but without actually put serious concern on internet security. So this is actually this is actually something that we need to share with the public, whereby when we want to instead of just moving forward in digital transformation, there's a few things that we need to concern, the part that we have to put a serious concerns is on the security, on the security, resiliency, robustness to the system. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to the next slide. Okay. I think nothing to do here. This is more on Smart Malaysia. What I'm trying to say here is actually, all this scenario, whether we do benchmarking, whether we do, we look into other system in other country, the most important thing is we have to take note on whatever incidents that related to cyber. And we have to take note, because this incident is actually will change day by day. Okay, next please. I think the slide quite long, but our focus is just on the cyber security issue. Okay, when we talk about digital, I screenshot from several reference. Okay, a digital world is inevitably changing our style and ecosystem. From last time we have a Nokia handphone, and now we are dealing with iPhone 13, iPhone 13 Pro Max, and etc. etc. So, and then the digital transformation movement has expanded the reliance to companies and organizations in software technologies such as cloud computing. This is very interesting. Instead of we having a server, and then now we just think about how we are going to have a cloud to make sure that we can our operations, our daily operation smooth. Okay, again, when we talk about digital transformation, when we talk about the evolutions of the technology in ICT, from a server, from single system to distributed client server, and then cloud. What is the most important thing for every digital transaction? We have to make sure that it is secure. We have to make sure that it is available on time, and then we have to make sure that the systems, the integrity of the system can remain the same in everywhere, in anytime and everywhere, in anywhere. Okay, so this confidentiality, integrity, and availability, this is actually the main what they call it, the main principles that it is very, very important when we dealing with digital transaction. So we have to make sure that, we have to prevent before the security incidents occurs. Because of when the incidents occurs, meanings that we have to be dealt with the whole transaction that happened for during that seconds. Okay, so this is actually what I'm trying to say. I try to share with you guys what is the important things, when we talk about digital transformation. The most important thing, we must be aware that we are putting ourselves into a risk. So what is the risk? To know what is the risk, we have to analyze the threat. So that's why the title for today is Analyzing Cyber Threats and Risk of Digital Transformation. Okay, next. All right. Okay, when we talk about cyber security, okay, when we talk about the evolutions of cyber security, because we just now I have mentioned about the digital transformation, the IoT, the technology. So when we talk about cyber security, well, according to Information System Management Standard (ISMS), we have to look from three main. It's actually sometimes people put it as three main factors, but some experts, they claim that it may be four. Okay, but to me, I would rather I would prefer to use three important components: people, for people, process, procedure, and technology. Okay, so if we can cater for these four components, before we proceed with our system, our cyber system, we have to make sure that we have to clearly know what is actually people all about, who want to develop the system, who want to administer the system, who want to monitor, coordinate the system, what is the process involved, what is the procedure involved, and inside the system, inside the whole system, what are technologies involved? Does the technology evolve? Does the people, has to move everywhere? People, because people change. People the person who are responsible in monitoring the system, we must have some kind of procedure to reskill or upskill and reskill their competency. So in this case, that's why this is how we have to factor that we need to consider, we need to structure, and then we need to put sub sections or sub tasks in that particular component to make sure that the whole system is resilient. So that's why in this diagram, we have to know, what is, we have to know what are the potential threats, and then we have to know the impact from that threat, and so that we can develop the countermeasure. So every single things we have to make sure that we cater people, process, procedure, and technology. Okay, next. Okay. Yeah, I think this is also the same. Okay, the one that I want to highlight here, when we talk about landscape, the cyber landscape, from IT to cyber landscape, when we look into the evolutions, because of the theme for today is the evolutions of cloud and also cybersecurity. So if we want to if we clearly observe the developments of that that scenario from IT to cyber landscape, or perhaps from IT from single system to cloud technology. The most important thing, we have to make our client happy. And when we want to make our client happy, the most important thing is the system must available. So the availability of the system, and the availability can be destroyed or can be disrupted by a security issue, and by if someone able to modify the data or slowing down the transaction so that the system will not available on time. So that's why the principle of cybersecurity, we have to product security services that can cover confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So these three aspects. So in this case, availability, to make sure that whatever transaction they can finish on time to the right person, and it's originate by the right sender. Okay, so next. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the cyber security industry. We have to know that every technology that on this slide is actually have a risk, whether a mobile internet, whether automotive, IoT, or robotics, or drones, or even cloud computing, cloud technology. They have their own potential current threats, or they have their own potential future threats. So this is, why cybersecurity industry is very, very important. And threats, could you please to go to the next slide, please? And threats, next slide, please. Okay, let me put it here. And threats, okay, can be divided into, threats can originated by insider or outsider. Okay, insider or outsider. It can be outsider. Well, normal discussion by ordinary, by an expert. We are usually experts. They are usually discuss about how to solve external threats or outsider threats, threats that originated by an outsider, by unauthorized party. Okay, in terms of cybersecurity countermeasure, this data I've got from one of the source from one of the report. And Malaysia, we are at the we are next after United States. Okay, we are next after United States. This is actually, if I'm not mistaken, 2020. 2020. So I just want to go to the previous slide first. Okay, if we look into the security system, security system life cycle, we need to identify the risk. We need to protect the data. We need to make sure that we can configure the detection systems, and then and apply the protection system at the suitable place. Okay, next slide, please. All right. If we look into cybersecurity from high level overview, we must have a governance. We must have a policy. And then from our country perspective, for example, we do have cybersecurity Malaysia, we do have NACSA, we do have MCMC, and then every organization in Malaysia, every company, when you want to declare that your system is secure, we have to follow the information security standards, and we need to have an auditor come to do audits, and then the auditor give the results whether the system is secure or not. So the security must comply with the security standard. Then we can there is the third party can declare, okay, system is secured. But if let's say the system is secured according and comply to the standards, does the system really secure? So that is such a big question. So next slide, please. And also we are tied with several acts, Multimedia Acts, Data Privacy Act, and etc. But the act, the act executed once the incidents being reported by the victims. But how to monitor the process of securing information? How to monitor whether, for example, company A thoroughly, company A really implement cyber security systems in their in their transaction. How to make sure that for example, there is a effective protection being applied at the critical system. Who are going to monitor that? Is there any authorized body to alert? Okay, you should apply this type of firewall. You should you should implement this type of technology because of your sectors is very critical. As far as I'm concerned, and through my research, there is no an authorized body that can instruct the organization. Of course, the authorized agency, national security agency like Cybersecurity Malaysia, they can put an advice. But as far as I am concerned, okay, there is no what they call it power. There is no authorized body that can instruct. Okay, we have to follow this. But the one that we have now is actually is just enforcement, a policy and a policy, established policy that that can ask a certain company to follow, to comply with a certain standard. So if you comply, then your there is a branding, what they call it, a certificate show it is secure. But that is different. That is different things. The one that I mentioned is how to make sure that okay, this company you must, for example, we need a passport to go overseas. So because of the rules say that we need a passport. But is there any rules say that okay, for these critical sectors, you have to fix firewall. If you don't put a firewall, then there's something the system, if anything happen, so then the risk is you have to cater the risk is yourself, but nothing much that we can do. Okay, so that's from my perspective. Okay, next. So now in cybersecurity, the most important thing, even in ISMS, the most important thing is actually we have to identify what is the risk, what is the risk to the system. So we happy or not, agree or not, a risk-based thinking is very important. Okay, when you have a risk-based thinking, so before we proceed to develop a system, we have to identify, okay, this system, if we develop this kind of technology, we are exposed to A, B, C, D, E. Okay, we are exposed to the probability of, for example, information leakage, and due to the changes, due to the rapid growth in what they call it, messaging system and etc. We need to make sure that we must think about the risk of information leakage. So how we are going to cater risk of information leakage, or in Malay words is kebocoran data. So this risk-based thinking, at least, because of the step of risk analysis, we have to identify the threat. We must identify the issue. The issue here is about data leakage, for example, so that when we think about that, so we know what sort of threats. Threat is, for example, threats of having a messaging system. the threat is about information leakage or data kebocoran data. So that is the threat. So the risk of kebocoran data, what is the risk? The risk, maybe information loss, and then information can just be distributed, to unauthorized party, and then it can impact reputation, and then and many more, and towards maybe it can destroy the growth or productivity. So that we must identify that, and we have to calculate that, and then we have to come up with what are the control measure and what are the countermeasure. Next. Okay. I think we skip this. Okay, next, please. All right. This is what I said. Either, of course, to comply, we have to follow the process to come up with the best countermeasure. And to come up with the best countermeasure, we have to conduct risk analysis. We have to conduct cyber threats, and then we have to come up with we have to follow the steps that are already available in the standards. But whether the countermeasure is effective or not, that is another story. We have comply. We have just tick in the list. We have password. We have policy. We execute we enforce password policy. We enforce firewall system. We fix the firewall system. We execute IDS and etc. And all that we tick is already available and comply to the standards. However, whether effective or not, that is a second story. Okay, next. All right. I think I have to skip this because of this is actually more on ISO, and the risk. We have also risk based in ISO. Okay, right now here. Even though we talk about information, when we talk about risk, actually information security risk is a risk category. This is very interesting. Okay, even though sometimes we have a risk category from perspective of educations, from perspective of reputations, financial, health and safety, but now at this moment, because of due to the rapid change in technology, because of due to the fast changes in information security technology, and the fast changes in information security technology. So the information security is we can also identify the risk of having information security. So this is very interesting. Okay, this is very interesting. And of course, the risk of ICT is totally different. It can be, come from software, hardware, etc. But when we talk about risk of information security, for example, risk of having this type of private key, the key lang, what is the risk of having 128 instead of having 128? Sorry, instead of having 1256, we supposed to have 1024. Okay, but there is a risk for having 1024. So this is something that we need to do more on that, especially the cybersecurity experts. So my opinion, we put it as a risk of information security. So the cybersecurity expert need to explore more on what is the risk of information security. Okay, next, please. I think the time is nearly end, right? Okay, let me finish. At the end, can you just go to the last slide, because I have a lot of things to share. But on my last slide, okay. What is very interesting? Okay, we found out. Just this slide. Okay. We found out insider threats. Insider threats is the most danger and the most significant threat recently. And experts, ICT experts. In fact, it's not just ICT experts. It's more than that. We have to be, put a lot of attention in making sure that we can reduce or mitigate this type of threat before it's going worse. So that is my last word. So the last slide, please. I just want to share. This is research on information security that cyber security that you can explore on blockchain, ransomware, and of course, UTM is in Malacca, guys. Okay. And with that note, thank you very much. So I open for any questions. Over to you, Pengurusi. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Technologist Dr. Rabia Ahmad, for that interesting and informative presentation. Okay, indeed, the COVID-19 pandemic has led to an inevitable surge in the use of digital technologies due to the social distancing norms and lockdowns, and this may expose us to various types of cyber threats. So definitely, understanding cyber threats can somehow help us to manage risk effectively. Okay, Professor, we have one question from the audience. Okay, so the question is, cyber threat is one of the challenges that we need to face when moving towards the Industrial Revolution 4.0 era. So from your point of view, what would be the best way to overcome this challenge? And this question comes from Susan.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I do agree. Cyber threat is the most dangerous threat in this IoT era. So, okay, to overcome, well, at this moment, as what I mentioned before, at this moment, of course, you know, if we develop a certain countermeasure, so the attackers develop above us, you know, they come up with a different type of threats. Okay, so what we need to have is actually we need to have a strong policy enforcement. Okay, we need to have what they call it as first we need to have a strong policy, governments, security governance, and then enforce up-to-date security policy. So to enforce up-to-date security policy, we need to be up-to-date to the technology, and to be up-to-date in the technology, we have to learn and relearn. Okay, so that's why I said that people, process, procedure, and technology must come together in order to come up with the effective security countermeasure to overcome issue related to IoT threats. So I hope I'm answering your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor, for answering the question. I'm afraid that we don't have enough time to proceed with the other questions. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on, don't forget to scan the QR code for your attendance. And if you have any questions for our speaker, please type them in the Q&A box on your screen. Now, moving along to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Mazlan Abbas. A little bit on the speaker's background. Dr. Mazlan is the co-founder and COO of Fever IoT Sendirian Berhad. Before Fever IoT, he spent 2.5 years as the CEO of Redtone IoT and 8 years in Mimos Berhad as Senior Director Wireless Communications Cluster. He also spent 13 years in Celcom, handling many senior management positions. Currently, he is the adjunct professor for Malaysia-Japan International Institute of Technology, MJIIT, at University Technology Malaysia, UTM. Dr. Mazlan is a frequent speaker at many major and established IoT, IR 4.0, smart cities, and telco conferences locally and globally. He also sits in Industry Advisory Panel, IAP, for several local universities. Ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, please welcome Dr. Mazlan Abbas with his topic, the need for IoT ecosystem to become a producer nation. Dr. Mazlan, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I'm very delighted to be here to talk about the Internet of Things, and especially in the area of the whole ecosystem of our nation. I think if you take a look at the current situation, is that we have this issue of what we call the consumer nation. Reason being, we have been too long in consuming and become as a user of many technology and products, but not as a producer nation. So what happened is that as a consumer nation, we will be facing a lot of things. I'm sure we have audience from different other countries, but I'm just giving an example as Malaysia as an example. Our graduates who just graduate from the new universities, their salary scale today and for the last 20 years are the same. So reason being, they feel that the industry don't see that value from the students, the talents is not giving enough value for them to give higher salary. It's because most of the time when they work, they are only a consumer or just a project manager, but don't really involve into developing their own technology or developing their own products. Because by becoming become a producer nation, you have to value add and you have to create and innovate. You have to be very creative. That's why I think we are seeing that the importance of this whole ecosystem, whereby the university have its own role, the industry and also the market have its own role. We know that the market have a big problems, and yet we don't want the market to get the products from other places than what they have already in local. If the local industry are not being supported, then it's very difficult for the local industry to survive. So the only way that the local industry to survive is for the local market to consume or buy their own products. But also the industry have this issue of catering the needs and the roadmap. They don't have enough talent, so they require the university to provide them with the right talents. And the university who generate new talents, graduates must have this ability to create new products. So that cycle comes in, the cycle from, as a university, we will see that they're developing lab prototype products called alpha prototypes, but they also require the industry help to bring that lab prototype into a commercial prototype or the industry prototype, where they test the products at the real market. The university don't have that hands and legs to go out and to reach out the market. They require the help of the industry who are much closer to the market. We see this as part of the whole ecosystem that's required to make the whole system as a producer nation. We take a look at how the business are now surviving, and we are seeing that the technology have been evolving and changes and becoming disruptive in many ways. So the organizations need to be very agile and adaptive to these new technology changes. So every 3 to 7 years, organizations need to change or reinvent themselves. So if they don't, what happens is that most of these companies will not be in existence in the next couple of years or in 10 or 20 years. We have been seeing that in the last 15 years, only 19% or less of the companies are still in existence. The rest of the companies are not there. Yeah. So, and what we are seeing now is that technology like IoT, it has been coined by Kevin Ashton since 1999. That was about 22 years ago. It was a very long time, but only recently that we've seen that this new technology actually changes a lot of business. And what happened is that the IoT itself depends a lot on many other technologies too. Yeah, for example, the hardware technologies in electronics, the hardware part, making sure that it's becoming smaller and making it more cheaper and more affordable. We are seeing in the telecommunications world, the connectivity now becoming more pervasive. New technologies have been introduced to support various communication devices, applications. and we see the way that we do coding have changed. Sometimes don't even have to code at all. And then we look at the electronics part, where the number of transistors double every 18 to 24 months. And that gives you the power of computing into a very small surface area. We also see that there are many players out there now. Previously, maybe you see one or two companies that involved in IoT, but now the whole value chain are having a lot more users out there, or a lot more players out there. Yeah. So I will explain to you what exactly the whole IoT ecosystem. Who are these players that play this particular role? Yeah. But to do that, we need also to understand why is it so important for IoT to be here. Yeah. The main reason is that it's quite simple. If you have an asset that you would like to monitor, or you have an asset that you also like to monitor the surrounding environment that around your asset, then you must use some form of Internet of Things devices or sensors. So, for example, a human health is an asset. You want to ensure that the health is always maintained as very healthy person, the condition of the person. So you just wear a wearable device, so you can monitor them from remote. Yeah, or you have certain assets like the vehicles, your fleet management, that you want to monitor the whereabouts of your taxis, your cars, your buses, and all that. Even the car park is also an asset. You want to know where exactly the car park, and the car park owner wants to know the utilization of the car park. Your house is an asset to make sure the security level. Your things that you purchase from, Shopee, Lazada, Alibaba, Amazon, eBay, you want to monitor the location of your asset. And if your assets is very, fragile, you want to actually monitor the condition of the assets within the logistic or during the transportation. So this is where you actually put your sensors in. This is where IoT can play a role. Yeah. Understand the whole IoT ecosystem, we also need to understand who are the players, as I mentioned to you just now. Who are these players that can create that whole IoT ecosystem? So one of the things that we've got to know, there are four main components that are very important. We have the sensors, yeah. We have the connectivity. We have where the middleware plays a role, which connect from the hardware to the software, and we have the applications or the analytics part. For example, when we take a look at the sensors, there are many sensors now, it's already available, which try to mimic the analog sensors that we have as human. All the 5 sensors are now being translated into something which is digital. So sensors are one of the areas of people have been developing and creating new ones, which is more accurate, or it can adapt to different kind of environment. And then we take a look at connectivity. The players in the connectivity areas, from as close as your body area network using RFID, NFC, and then you have Bluetooth, you have Zigbee, you have also local area network, Wi-Fi, and then you might go beyond the local part where you require the telco help. You might need a 3G, WiMAX, 4G, 5G, and now with the new technology like LP1, low power wireless area network, requires you to send smaller amount of data with with larger, further distance, or you might even need a satellite for you to communicate where the normal networks doesn't exist. So connectivity is also one area that, as an IoT ecosystem, that requires it. Yeah, as I mentioned to you just now, the LP1 have this what we call the Sigfox, the LoRa, and the NB-IoT. They are being divided based on whether you are running on license band, which is like NB-IoT, which the current telco is offering, and there are the what they call that unlicensed band like LoRa and Sigfox. But Sigfox can be run by another operator, yeah. But LoRa can even be operated by people like yourself in the campus, or in everywhere. You can deploy your own LoRa network. And then I skipped the third part, where it's actually the component which I will introduce to you later. But the fourth part is actually the people and the processes. When you acquire and collect and aggregate all the data from various sources, you need to do something with the data. Yeah, so you either can create your own applications, or you can just display on a visualization dashboard, or you can do some machine learning or deep learning to do better artificial intelligence insights, on that kind of data to make whatever decisions that you want. So a human can be at this stage in looking at the insights of the data. So these are the various components of IoT. But if we delve into more detail about the whole value chain, you will see these different players. These players are very important in providing by the end of the day is to provide the whole end-to-end solution. The first part is where the components players, the people who design the chipsets, very smaller chipsets. These are the Qualcomm, the Huawei, the Samsung, Sequence, ZTE. They design chipsets. But then from the chipsets, you might even design modules. So you certain have modules, Wi-Fi module, certain communications module. These modules are required for you to put together with several other devices to become the third area, which is the actual devices, the devices that you can see in a real product, or finally it become a gateway. And then from there, you might require the connectivity part. And the connectivity are the telco player who in this area, which provide you access to the network and sending the data out. You might require the system integrators who can actually gel the whole thing together. You require the software and the platforms, or the middleware people who aggregate the data that comes from various sensors. And then finally, you might have the analytics part, the analytics people who derive the insights of the data. In the between, you will see that some channels where it's like a marketplace where you can find your own IoT product. So there are various IoT players in providing, by the end of the day, to provide these solutions to the end customers. So it's a lot of people to be there, because there's not a single company is able to provide end-to-end solutions. You require partnerships or collaborations among the partners in that value chain. So in Malaysia, for example, we have now come up together as an industry. We work together in, we have this Malaysia IoT Association. So we have different players in the whole ecosystem come together and, trying to build that ecosystem so that anything that you would like to deploy an IoT solutions, you can find that within our geographical, like for example, in Malaysia, we have that. So we might see this whole ecosystem, in other countries too. They have their own ecosystem. But if the ecosystem is weak, then you have to be dependent on other ecosystem or other players from overseas. So you still depend on others to deliver the total solutions. So when we talk about, moving forward, we have been talking about the industrial revolution. So as the word mentioned as a revolution is actually a very disruptive and sudden change. It's not evolution, which is very slow and gradual. So otherwise, if everything goes very slow, then we just call ourselves the era of industrial evolution. But this is revolution. So when revolution happens, it disrupts a lot of businesses. It disrupts a lot of processes. Yeah. So Industry 4.0, I think you are well aware about how we have transformed from the way that the industry works from the mechanization, the steam engine, to the way that we use electrical, more mass production. But then we introduced in the era Industry 3.0, where automation, computers, internet are being introduced. And finally, today we are seeing that the cyber physical, the Internet of Things, where machines are now being connected. So that actually is more related to Industry 4.0 in the smart manufacturing industry. This is why the Germans are working towards that. They see the cyber physical things is happening. But in Japan, might be slightly different. They, instead of focusing on technology-wise, they focus more on society. So the way that the society lives and get their food and all that, is the hunting society, the era of society 1, where they move towards agriculture, become society 2, and then they move towards the urban area where they use industrial factories to become society 3. The information society 4 is where internet, social media is coming in, but society 5 is where it's more intelligence, artificial intelligence are built into the whole applications, for example. No, instead of you finding information, now the information can go directly to you without you seeking information anymore. You know, for example, when you have been traveling frequently in your car going to home, one day before you start your car, you will see that your phone will tell you your destinations, you will be arriving to your home within 30 minutes. In 30 minutes if you depart now. So it learns the behavior, it learns the profile of the user. So that's how intelligent it is. So when we talk about IR 4.0, it's more just go beyond that level of industry, what you call the manufacturing sector. So it can go across many sectors, from agriculture, healthcare, construction, financial, education, you name it. Various sectors require different technologies to support them. So, but for us, we need to understand where we are, you know. So if you are just working in the era of 1.0, it's always talking about the era where you use manual and physical tools, yeah. You use your hands and all that. So if your machines are being used with electrical power, then you are 2.0. 3.0, when using computers and internet. 4.0, when you have more intelligence, you know, you have technologies like big data analytics, you have IoT using artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality, 3D printing. These are the technologies that in the era of 4.0. If you're using this technology, then you are actually in this era. So what we want to understand is now that, you know, where we are now, you know, before we move forward to the era of 4.0, the way that we cook, as you know, if we cook through just normal fire, you know, wood and all that, that is 1.0. If we use an oven that just can program the timer, program the temperature, it's only 2.0. But if you use 3.0, that is that your oven is programmable. It has computing element inside there. So you can program whether you want to cook barbecue, soup, or cake, or whatever. But 4.0 is the way that you cook using maybe 3D printing, or you might even have a robot as your chef, you know. So that's the way that we cook. So the way that we teach is also the same thing. You know, if you are teaching using your normal blackboard, whiteboard, that's 1.0. 2.0, if you're using OHP projector, you know, transparency. If you're using online, that's 3.0. But if you're using augmented reality, virtual reality, you know, you use robot as your teacher, that is the era that we teach in 4.0. So the way that we do travel booking, you can see the way that has been transformed, very disruptive. You know, you have to go physically to the travel agent there to make that particular booking. That's 1.0. But if you make booking through normal phone, maybe it's only 2.0. But you can booking online, that's 3.0. And but if you're looking through travel agent using virtual reality, augmented reality, or using a chatbot, artificial intelligence, you might be booking in the era of 4.0. So the question is, where are we actually? So you have to take a look at all the things that we've been doing now with that criteria of 1.2, 1, 2, 3, or 4.0. Then you will realize that, hey, actually, I'm still within that 2.7 or not even 3. My business processes, my organizations doesn't have a full internet, you know. So to move towards 4.0, the 3.0 is a mandatory. And 3.0 mandatory is actually internet. It's mandatory there. Before you move to 3.0, you have to ensure that your content must be from analog into digital, which is manual into something which is very, very digital. So the digitization process needs to be done first, digitalization in the next phase, and the digital transformation that will happen in the IR 4.0. So that's required the steps by step before you move to that era. So if you want to do that, even before we talk about the whole IoT ecosystem, before we talk about the new products, smart products and all that, you must be aware that where we are and where are the gaps and who are the players within that scope. Yeah. So we know that, you know, if people have been talking that I want something that can transform my business. Why the technology like this, like IoT, for example, how does it help us? How the IR 4.0 or IoT can help us? Yeah, it's as simple as a manpower. We know that manpower requires you to be more physical, but if you don't have to be remotely there, if you can reduce the number of your traveling, your accommodation, the cost can be very much reduced. You can increase your productivity by putting IoT. So from remote monitoring can be there. So lower manpower costs. You don't need to have more manpower. Secondly, if you are monitoring your materials, the raw materials that you have sent from, you know, your export and import, you want to know where they are, the locations, where are they in the factories, or even where are they in the warehouse, whether they are in good condition or not. So you must have some ways to do that. So IoT can play that particular role. The machines, the equipment that you have purchased, very expensive, whether the utilization is high utilizations, whether it's now, you know, showing a lot of errors and it requires maintenance. You need to make that prediction before the machine goes down, because the moment it goes down, it can cost you very, very high, you know, a loss of opportunity and time and cost. So in terms of processes, we know that methods, you know, if human intervention can slow down a lot of things, you know, you need people to do the verification, the validation. But if you're using machines, sensors that can automatically verify the product, the location, the ID, you know, where they are, so it reduces that red tapes of human intervention inside there. So when you pass through a certain geographical areas, going out from the factory is automatically being recognized, and the asset has been tracked. So it's much faster. Yeah. So, and then as you know that if you're on internet, you can reach the market globally. So the access to market is much wider. You become a global player, so become borderless. Yeah. Then you have take a look at the money, meaning to say that where you can create new products by attaching these devices. Your products are now IoT connected devices. You can even tell your customers that even the machines require certain maintenance. Even before your customer make a call, you will know that, you know, you can have a better customer service, so the customer can be more loyal to you. Yeah. And finally, every time the management wants report, previously what happened is that you need to churn out the report. It takes time, days, you know, to create reports, to crunch the numbers every week, every month. But with IoT, the data can be, you know, collected continuously 24/7 by 365 days. So it's very, very, very fast, transparent, and it's easier for the management to make that decision. So in order for you to do this, the steps to build IoT solutions, you require a good, complete whole ecosystem to do that. And one way is the knowledge that you need to learn if you are within this area. The skills that you need to learn is that if you're working on devices, you might require the skills of C and C++. Yeah? If you're developing gateways, you might require additional like Java or Python. Or if you work in the cloud, the middleware, you might require Java or JavaScript, Python or PHP. So, but the most common languages in the area of IoT, if you are within like Java, Python, C, and C++, you will not run away very far from that. Yeah. So, by understanding these four components, then we'll know that this requires different players to be in place. So, different skills, different talents. Yeah. And to develop an IoT solutions, you got to understand that, as I mentioned, that by connecting the assets, you are collecting some amount of data. But data alone is only symbols. It's just numbers. It doesn't give you anything. It's a new currency. It's a new oil, but it's a black oil. But if the data, you can turn it into information, you can answer the question of who, what, where, and when, it becomes more valuable to the person. It's become information. And you can answer the questions how, it become knowledge. And we can answer the question of why, become understanding, or the highest part will become wisdom. So understanding the value of data is also important. It can transform that. So people are collecting data is sufficient. So you need to have the skill of to do analytics on that. Yeah. So to collect the data is how you want to do that. Current way of doing that is you have different products comes with different platform, and it's very difficult when this platform is going to interconnect together. Why can't you have a single middleware, a single platform that can connect different kind of sensors and can create, from the data that we collected, you can even blend the IoT data. You can create your own new applications that can transform the way that, you create new applications. You are making it open for people to be more creative. You can produce a lot more applications. You want to become a producer nation, right? So you must allow users to access to this amount of data. So, for example, like us in February, just like introduced to you. So when we understand that there is this issue of connecting the data, they just don't know where exactly that they want to host the data. It's not only the cloud, but it requires the cloud to have a middleware that can connect sensors which have different kind of protocols. So that's where we built this, what we call the IoT platform, the IoT middleware. The need for this IoT middleware is quite simple. It reduces the time for you to develop an IoT project. You can reuse whatever technology stack that's available on the platform. It's already made there. Yeah? It helps you to validate your business case early because you know there is a problem. You connect, you develop a project and test it out in the market. And you can validate your business case. If you want to go to market quickly, you don't have to develop your own IoT platform. You might even subscribe to another platform, but you just deliver the applications directly to the market fast. So it includes a lot of tools for you to develop the applications. And there are other features inside the platform so that it make use of the ability for you to ensure that easy for you to onboard the IT devices, register, integrate with other third party, you manage the user and so on and so forth. So all of this IoT platform actually can reduce the risk and the cost for you to go to market. So for example, like us, Fabric is actually a platform as a service. Yeah. As you know, in the traditional on-premise platform is when you have your own IT people, you have everything end to end from the networking hub to the operating system, to the server, the memory, to the middleware, to the applications and data, you manage yourself. But sometimes you require the help of other people. You require the help of another company. So that's become like infrastructure as a service. You don't want to change your hardware every time, upgrade it every time because very costly. Then the networking part, the server part, the storage portion is all being subscription based. So you allow vendors to manage it. Then it becomes infrastructure as a service. But if you go up higher to the layer where you don't even want to think about the middleware and all that, what you need to do is that you want to subscribe to the platform, you create your own applications, you just manage your own data, and then it becomes platform as a service. The rest is being owned by others. This is where like people like us, Fabric is actually a platform as a service. We have a very horizontal platform. What you need to do, you create your own vertical of applications. Yeah, we are not software as a service where we provide everything end to end because we know software can be created by many other people. They are more creative in doing that. So we want to become a producer nation. We allow the creators, the innovators create more applications. So when we see the IoT platform, we can see there's a lot more. Some people say 600 over, 800 over platforms around the world. So we categorize the platform in such a way that, if you look like IBM, Google, we look at Microsoft, Amazon, they are the publicly traded platform. They are very good platform, very rich in features, but sometimes very costly too. Yeah, and But they're also open source. It is community based. The community themselves manage the source code of the platform and offer this to the community. And there are people who are develop the hardware, their own hardware, but they also develop their own platform. But their platform is very proprietary, or they don't want to open the platform to other people. So you cannot connect other sensors, other hardware to that platform. So it's very vendor specific. But they're also developer-friendly IoT platform where they don't care. If you bring in your own hardware, you have your own applications developer, you can create it. So these are the developer-friendly platform. They can integrate with many other devices, even from simple Arduino, Raspberry Pi, and so on and so forth. This is where favorite play a role. Yeah, we are in that category. So we also see projects, especially if some of you are within the universities. The universities, we see that a lot of things that you encourage the student to do final year projects, but unfortunately, a lot of labs within the lab doesn't have a complete whole ecosystem. What I see when I mean is ecosystem, you don't connect it to the cloud. You might have Arduino, Raspberry Pi connected to a mobile phone or a computer, that's it. But it didn't send the data to the cloud. So, but that's a very big missing puzzle there. Yeah. So you require that platform to ensure that when the students graduate, they know a lot about the real environment out there, because that's how we build IoT solutions. We want the students to reduce the time frame by instead of going through to hundreds of IoT middleware before choosing a final one, so just use one that is more familiar to them. And because of them, they are so busy, sometimes they want to build their own middleware. So building your own middleware, your own server, it takes a longer time. So a final year project, within 1 year, 2 semesters, they are unable to finish their project. Because what they need is just to have that ability to store the data and maybe to display the data on a simple dashboard. If that's the requirement, this is where we come in as an industry player. We help the students, the universities, even the industry if they want to create their own applications. So we have a platform which have different modules that can control the devices easily for them to onboard the devices. You can have notification engine. What happens, something being triggered, you can send a telegram, an SMS, or an email, and so on and so forth. So we support different protocols, CoAP, REST, and MQTT. So the idea for this is simple, for them to have that rapid development. So we also want to create that ecosystem and also community within the generation IoT, we call it, and to share that among them, the videos and the source code. There are many of them within this community, so that they can start off their IoT journey very fast. Yeah. So it's simple. We can encourage you within this couple of minutes that you can go to our website, platform.february.com. You can subscribe this as a free user if you want to. You can simply onboard. But I would like to share with you how it looks like inside the platform. So once you log into the platform, you will see that how many projects you have created, how many applications, the groups and devices have been connected. You will know the number of APIs being used, how many devices which is very active, and so on and so forth. Okay? The way we do things simple like this. If you have a project, you can create multiple applications. If you're a developer, you subscribe to the platform. If you are a project, you can create one project, many applications, and that applications have different groups. Under the groups, you have devices. So in such a way like this. So if the whole, end project called Smart City, and then you have applications called Smart Water Monitoring and Smart Parking. And the Smart Water Monitoring, you might want to monitor river, or you want to monitor lake, and different devices are being connected to different groups. Like river might have different sensors, lake might have different sensors. In Smart Parking, you might group into location. So location A might have different devices, location B might have different devices. So from there, you can actually extract the data, go up, further up, then you can do analytics. Yeah. So as simple as this, you can see the whole data streams that goes in and out. you have the devices, and then you see this data. Then you see how it's being sent, the format, and whether it's on or not, whether it's alive or whether it's already dead. And then of course you want to create your own dashboard. So we have that custom-made dashboard that you can quickly show to your customer, your supervisor, or to whoever you are. Yeah. So this can be done quite easily if you already have collected the amount of data. And then you can make even the the dashboard public, meaning to say instead of going to the developer dashboard, you can just give them a very unique URL, and then they will just click the URL, then they can see the actual visualization on a dashboard like this. So the way that you can show them in many forms, people just would like to see their data like, from one single dashboard like this. But we also help the players, the developers out there to match them with the market. So you can create your own portfolio there, your success story, your projects, and then we can make it public. So this is something like a matching where some client or customer would like to find out who are the players, the developers out there, so that we can create the ecosystem. We have the developers, the system integrators, we have the platform players, we have customers out there where they want to find these people. Yeah. So there's a lot of tutorials out there that can start off your IoT journey, as simple as connecting the device to such more complex experiment. Yeah. So we have a IoT YouTube tutorial that you can go to and find this information. And then you can even have this simple way to start your IoT journey. So we conduct courses for this. For example, they have an IoT kit. From the IoT kit, they will send the data through a Wi-Fi. From the Wi-Fi, the data being sent directly to an IoT platform. Yeah. So within 2 days, the people will just learn this quite easily, and they can start the IoT journey as soon as possible. That's the idea of making it simple. Yeah. So from there, then you will know that when you go out to the real industry, you know who are the players in developing the hardware. You know the players who actually be in the telco area, and you know the area where the platform that you can subscribe. And by the end of the day, you become the system integrator to connect all these applications together. So the platform has been used by more than 150 countries around the world. We are happy to see that in many other countries also have been enjoying using this platform. Yeah, you can join it quite easily. So the idea is now for us to cross that chasm. People like us who are very early innovators, we want to ensure that a lot more people to understand and embrace the idea of IoT. We want to cross that chasm so that the traction can go beyond than just early adopters, become the early majorities, and finally by the end of the day, you become the matured and don't become the laggers who are late in the market in embracing IoT. So the way that we want to break the barriers of IT is these are the processes. We have to really understand the business case, the business issues. Every organization has their own pain point, and you have to find the right talents for you to assist you in building either as the end user or the people who wants to become the producer. Yeah, you have to rethink the way that you do things now, because it's all now in digital information. The actions need to be taken in place by having that change management within the organizations. The culture needs to be changed because it disrupts the whole processes within the organization. Yeah, you need to break down the barriers that you have within an organization, because IoT doesn't go into one department alone, but it goes across many departments. So you can go and conduct trials, because pilot trials is important for you to test out your technology maturity, your business model, and even policy and regulatory. Yeah. So by the end of the day, you might come up with your new business model. Yeah. So with the last 5 minutes, I'd just like to share with you just these few slides. Is that you can go on board a Fabric platform as a free user, but you can use the voucher code I2ES 2021 to get a 50% discount for the beginner plans. Yeah. So what happened is that if you miss all the things that I mentioned to you just now, you just take a look at this where I have mentioned about downloading the slides. Yeah. From there, you can find the information again, and hope that you have a very good journey and simple journey towards the IoT. So thank you very much. Assalamualaikum. I pass back to the moderator.
Okay, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and thank you very much, Dr. Mazlan. That was indeed a very thought-provoking and insightful presentation about the IoT ecosystem and how it works to help the growth of IoT. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will go ahead and take some time for questions now. Okay, so our first question comes from Andrea, and the question is, I am interested in your platform. How can we from the other country get access to the Fever IoT platform? Okay, Dr. Mazlan, can you please address?
Yeah, the beauty of the platform, because it sits on the cloud, anywhere around the world is accessible. So you can have a platform receipt somewhere in one country, but actually you can connect your sensors in locally. So just go to the website that I mentioned to you just now, or go to our fabric.com website. You can subscribe as a normal user, as a free user first, and then once you are okay, you can upgrade if you want to, because as a free user, it's only limited to a certain amount of data that you can send per day. But if a more paid user, you will have a more data that you can send per day. That's the only difference. Yeah, but we have 5,000 users already connected and subscribed to the platform, and 20% of them are from 114 countries around the world, and they have been doing that.
Okay, so that is very interesting. Okay, thank you again, Dr. Mazlan, for answering that question. Okay, I'm afraid that we don't have time to proceed with the other questions. Okay, so thank you very much again, Doctor.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to take a short break for a commercial video. So you can stretch your legs and have a cup of tea while watching the video. We'll be right back after the break, so stay tuned. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Just a reminder, don't forget to scan the QR code for your attendance. And if you have any questions for our next speaker, please type them in the Q&A box on your screen. Moving on, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Associate Professor Siti Hawa binti Ruslan. Associate Professor Siti Hawa obtained her Bachelor of Engineering with honors in Electrical Engineering from the University of Miami Coral Gables, Florida, USA in 1986 and Masters of Science degree in Electrical Engineering from University Technology Malaysia in 1991. She is currently the Associate Professor and Director of Center for Global Online Learning at the University Tun Hussein On Malaysia, UTHM. She is a senior member of the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, IEEE. She has been actively involved in a number of research in electrical and electronics field. Her work has been published in books, journals, and proceedings both locally and internationally. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to welcome Associate Professor Siti Hawa binti Ruslan with her topic, E-Learning in Malaysia, UTHM Story and Experiences. Associate Professor, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Can you see my slide and can you hear me clearly?
Yes, very clear.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon. Okay, I'm Siti Hawa Ruslan from UC Tun Hussein On Malaysia. Okay, and this evening I will talk about the e-learning in Malaysia and I will talk a little bit about what has UTHM been doing in e-learning. Okay. All what have been happening in UTHM actually is based on the Malaysian Education Blueprint 2015 to 2025 for higher education. The statement of how the country's higher education sector would be transformed over the coming decade. Okay, so based on the 10 shifts, okay, if you look here, shift number 9, which is globalized online learning. Okay, so I will talk about the online learning to support the Malaysian Education Blueprint. And also under UNESCO, we have to support the Sustainable Development Goals. And if you look at the SDG number 4, which is the quality education, this will also include about the e-learning. And in Malaysia, we have a shared prosperity vision 2030. I think you have heard about this, right? And the 15 guiding principle for the shared vision, guiding principle number 6, GP6, which is the learning society. So meaning that we as the higher education institution, we should ready to embark and prepare the graduates and also the community to be a learning society. And also the enabler for the the shared vision 2030 is the education and TVET, where you have to increase the skill and highly educated workforce, okay, learning society and outcome-based education. We have to support this and also enlighten the society through a lifelong learning culture, through continuous learning, intellectual discourse, dialogue, and so on. Okay, so based on this, under Ministry of Higher Education, okay, under the Department of Higher Education, JPT, Jabatan Pendidikan Tinggi, they have come up with several, we could say that several initiatives, okay, to make sure that the plan, the Malaysian Educational Blueprint, the SDG, and also the shared vision is achieved by several initiatives, including the launching of MOOC, Massive Online Open Courses, okay, for Malaysian higher education, okay. making the online learning as integral component of higher education and lifelong learning, starting with the conversion of the common undergraduate courses into MOOCs. This is in early 2015, but we have moving from MOOCs to micro-credential and so on, okay, and requiring up to 70% of program to use blended learning models, okay. And in order to do that, all the higher educational institutions have to establish the required cyber infrastructure, the physical network infrastructure, info, and so on, okay. So this is what have been planned by the Ministry of Education, Higher Education, and the e-learning guides for Malaysian higher education has been published by the Ministry of Education Malaysia, and also about the MOOC quality guidelines, okay. How does all the higher education institutional, if they want to create a MOOC courses or micro-credential, they have to abide by the rules given by the Ministry of Higher Education. So all higher education institutions are using all these guidelines to make sure all the e-learning program and the contents are in par or achieve a certain standard, okay. Along with that, we have what is called as MIPTA, which is the Malaysian Public University E-Learning Council, which has been established in 2007, okay. And MIPTA is actually helping assisting the Ministry of Higher Education in ensuring the success of the implementation of e-learning in Malaysia. Okay, MIPTA, with the help of Jabatan Pengajian Tinggi, we have come up with the blended learning guidelines. Okay, how do we conduct online learning? Okay, so this is a guideline produced by Ministry of Higher Education with the help of MIPTA, and you can find it under the Ministry of Higher Education website. Okay, and also along with that, actually, we have what is called DEPAN, which is National E-Learning Policy, or in Malay it is Dasar E-Pembelajaran Negara. Okay, Dasar E-Pembelajaran Negara or National E-Learning Policy, or simply we call it as DEPAN. And this is the second edition, but the third version will be coming, I think, somewhere next year. Okay, so they have given all the higher education institutions several phases, meaning that by certain year, all the higher education institution should achieve all this. For example, right now we are in the early phase of 2021, which is the phase 3 on the guided, the first one is on the blended learning. So about 70% of higher education institutions should be conducted in terms of blended learning. Okay, and then in this policy also talk about the open educational resources, providing access to massive online courses. Okay, so it's the policy state that all the HEI, higher education institutions, should at least, okay, offer about 30 courses, okay, online. Okay, and also all the assessment should be done under this move, okay, also online. Okay, and this is about also on the phase 3 2021-2025 about the e-content, okay, open courseware and so on. Okay, so we have to make sure that MIPTA will help the Ministry of Higher Education in ensuring that all the higher educational institutions to achieve this. And under MIPTA right now, we have all the 20 public universities, and right now we have also include several private universities like Taylor's College, MMU. I forgot the other two. Right now we have 4. We call it as an associate member of MIPTA. Okay. So all the guidelines, the blueprint start with the MOOC, but now we have slowly moved to the micro credentials. I think everybody now is moving to micro credential. The sub modules of could be sub module of your MOOC, okay, and offering it to the might be to the student and also those who interested in pursue something different. Okay, they want to learn something, upskilling, reskilling their skill through several short modules to the micro credentials. Okay, and also under the Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia also, we have what is called as IOER, which is the Inclusive Open Educational Resources. Okay, meaning that all the material should be offered to the public, okay, freely, okay, and must be include everybody, also the handicap and so on, okay. So we have come up with the Open Educational Resources, which is based on the UNESCO 2012 declaration, okay, where it defined that teaching, learning, and research material in any medium or digital should be open to public at no cost, okay, so that everybody can have access to those materials, okay. And in UTHM, under the library, Tuan Aminah Library, or we call it PTTA, we have the link to the Open Educational Resources, okay, and from here, anybody can log. No, they don't have to log in. I think that they can browse through, okay, and see what has been offered, and all has been shared in this link. I didn't put the link, okay. Also, several other universities under UTM also, they have the Open Educational Resources, and also USM and some other university, UITM and so on, okay. Okay, and I'm from Center for Global Online Learning UTHM with the vision of global online teaching and learning. Okay, so actually my center is helping UTHM in educating the staff and helping the staff to upskill the staff in how to use the tools in creating digital content so that they can use it in the online learning. Okay, so we also have offered from 2015 until 2019 37 courses through MOOCs. Okay, this is under one platform. Okay, so this is several courses that have been developed by UTHM lecturers. Okay, and mostly we offering these courses to our student first. Okay, because we are moving to the next stage, which is we come out with the new MOOC for UTHM, which is under this URL. Okay, so we try to update the contents and so on, so that it can be offered not just for our student, but also can be offered to others, okay, other students from other university, and also to the public, because right now we are trying to find what are the courses suited to the industry and so on. Okay, and under this also we right now have come out with the micro credentials. So far we haven't launched it yet, but we are in the middle of setting up 2 courses, okay, on data analytic, and the other one I forgot the name of the courses, okay, but we are moving towards the micro credentials, okay, and this is several course categories. They are available under UTHM MOOC, okay, on the mostly is on engineering, okay, but we also have on the general studies, okay, and also the postgraduate studies. Okay, so we are using the Moodle, okay, so this is the one of the courses that is offered under UTHM MOOC, okay. So basically under the Center for Global Online Learning, or we call it global, just global, okay, we are providing the training for the lecturers, online training, how to conduct webinar and so on. So it is under this center, okay, and we also cater for all the university programs, okay, all the conferences, okay, webinar and so on, okay. This is on the left is we are conducting a seminar. This is conducted outside UTHM in Johor Bahru actually, and the other one is using the green screen. We have a studio, 2 studios that can accommodate our staff in recording their digital content, or also if they want to do the conferences and so on, okay. We have the multimedia unit, okay. This is several other okay, programs that have been conducted under which is the Center for Global Online Learning, okay. Okay, the conferences right now, due to the COVID-19, all the conferences have been conducted online, okay. So apart from the classes, we also conduct all the conferences through the online, and also all the final examination is done through online, okay. So we are actually we have our own learning management system, which we call it as OTA, okay. And alhamdulillah, actually we have completed, not really completed, okay, we complete all we can say that we complete all the modules right before the COVID-19 begins, okay. So that during the first phase of MCO, okay, we are able to use our own learning management system. So the lecturers can use this, okay. And from time to time, we based on the feedback from the lecturers, okay, so we upgrade and we further improve the learning management system, okay. So we call it OTA, okay. And this is just a sample of what is inside that learning management system, okay. So all the assessment, okay, the final examination will be conducted, and because on the first phase during the MCO, actually we give the option to the lecturer whether they want to use OTA or some other learning management system, but later on when we sure that this learning management system that have been developed by our own staff can cater all the needs, we make it compulsory for all the staff to use this learning management system, okay. And from the learning management system also, we can track whether the course has been conducted and whether it has achieved the blended learning status, okay. So we monitor all the activities here, okay, because at the end of every semester, usually the Ministry of Education, Higher Education usually will ask all the higher education institution on the percentage of courses that has achieved or the percentage of courses doing the blended learning mode in e-learning. Okay, how many courses has been offered by the that particular institution, micro credential and so on. So with our own learning management system, it is easier for us to track our staff, and we can come up with all the figures using our tools. Okay, we can have the data and we can analyze it. Okay, and right now we are in the after the MCO2, MCO3, and now we are slowly moving to the phase 4 of the endemic stage of COVID-19. We are preparing our classroom with the several equipment so that we can conduct the hybrid classroom. Okay, where in the hybrid classroom, we can we say that conduct the face-to-face, which is the classroom, the normal classroom, and due to the SOP where we cannot accommodate all the students into the classroom, so part of the student will be participating in the class, but they are outside the class and they participate through the online platform. So we integrate the face-to-face with the online learning. Okay, so we call it a hybrid classroom. Okay, so this is several classroom in UTHM. Okay, we have equipped all the we have about 80 classroom with the cameras, outdoor video, and also the interactive panels, so that the lecturers can conduct the classes through face-to-face. Now is the third week of the semester 1 of the new session. We are still conducting all the classes, all the courses online, but after the semester break, the lecturers are allowed to do the hybrid method. Okay, some of the students will be inside the class and some will be outside the class. Okay, so this is basically what we have, the hybrid class, or we call it offline to online class. Okay, and also under UTHM, we have one smart classroom, which we call it as infinity space, where student can, the concept is BOYD, bring your own device. Okay, so it is a plug and play. Okay, where lecturers can conduct sorry where the lecturer can conduct their classes in friendly environment. Okay, and this smart classroom is also equipped with all the facilities, so that some of the students can also participate in the class activities through the online. Okay, we only have one for this one, but we have 88 for the normal hybrid classroom. Okay, and the challenge. Okay, the challenge is actually in the internet connection of the student usually. Okay, because even though we have all this facility, okay, the lecturers in the campus, we don't have so much problems. Okay, but those students, okay, sometimes they are limited with the data to access, and also might be they are in the rural area, so they have some difficulties in classroom. Okay, so they have difficulties in trying to especially when we talk about when the class is conducted synchronously using might be Teams, Google Meet, or even Zoom, okay, their bandwidth are limited, okay. And also on the student part, which is their environment at home, okay, might be they are not in the conducive environment, meaning that might be their home is not suitable to conduct e-learning, whether because of the status background of their family, okay, the crowded or the small house, okay. And on the lecturer's part, usually in the development of content for the class, okay. So, but we at the Center for Global Online Learning will always help the lecturers in developing their content actually, and how to use the tools, which tools are suitable to help them in creating their contents, okay. I think all the lecturers are subject matter expert, meaning that they already have their contents. The only thing is how to convert all the materials into self-instructional modules so that it can be given to the student, it can be put on the learning management system so that the student can follow all the materials, okay, and all the materials should achieve a certain standard, okay. So but alhamdulillah, due to this pandemic, I think somehow the online learning and online education, okay, it is just some sort of something that must be done, okay. So meaning that whether they like it or not, all the lecturers have to adapt to the new environment, and alhamdulillah they are can adapt to the situation very well. And lastly, usually we are limited by the budget because sometimes all the tools, especially because UTHM is the MTON, which is the technical university, where most of the courses are on hands-on. So the problem is when we want to conduct the courses like the humanities, mathematics, that all those courses we have no problem with that. But for the laboratory, okay, how do we conduct that online? Okay, so we need to have certain tools using AR, VR, and so on, and so that the student can view the real environment even though they are online. Okay, so this is some challenges in e-learning, and I think that's all from me. Okay, and thank you. I pass back to the moderator.
Okay, thank you, Associate Professor, for that excellent and informative presentation. I believe that all of us are already aware that education has changed dramatically during this pandemic, with the rise of e-learning, whereby teaching is undertaken remotely and on digital platforms. So it was really interesting to listen to your story and experiences about e-learning. Now we have come to the Q&A session, and we have gathered some questions from the audience. So the first question comes from Jason Lee. Okay, he asks, in your opinion, how can we know whether students can have access to the information given since they come from different locations and internet coverage? Okay, Associate Professor, can you please address this question?
Okay, thank you. Me myself is actually usually at the beginning of the semester, I will do some short survey on my student actually. I will find out where are their location and what are the ways for me to help them. Okay. So usually when I conduct my classes, okay, during the synchronous meeting, I allow them if they don't want to turn on their videos, okay, and sometimes I will give them videos and I post it to the YouTube in a short video so that they can watch it, because some service provider, okay, when the student access certain content, okay, YouTube for education, I think they won't count it. So meaning that their data will be saved there. Okay, they didn't use their data in order to look for the videos in certain for YouTube, I think. Okay, so that is one way for me in helping the student. Okay, is it answering your question just now? And sometimes we have to remember this is e-learning is not really the open distance learning. If it is an open distance learning, usually in order to help the student, the lecturers sometimes can send the material to the student by post actually, meaning that they can receive the material first, but later all the class will be conducted either synchronously or asynchronously. Okay.
So that means they can still catch up on the lessons, although they
Yes.
miss it with us, right?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you for that answer, Associate Professor. We are moving to the next question. So our next question comes from Anusha. Okay, and the question is, how far do you think the effectiveness of e-learning would be at the UTHM, and how do you measure it?
How effective is it? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. We have conducted several surveys actually. Okay, on whether the student can follow the class and so on. Okay. Well, basically, the based on the response from the student, okay, we can say that about more than 70%, they said they're satisfied with the class that has been conducted through online. Okay, it depends on the how you conduct it. Okay, and we at the Center for Learning. Online learning, we help the lecturers so that they can address all the problems that are faced by the students, so that no one will be left behind. Okay, so all the lecturers has been taught to not to forget about those students, so that the student can follow the class without any problem. Okay, so I can say that the effectiveness is more or less about 70% and above. Okay, so far based on the survey that we have conducted. Okay.
Okay, that's very good. Okay, thank you very much, Associate Professor, for addressing those questions. Ladies and gentlemen, with that presentation from Associate Professor Siti Hawa, that means we have reached at the end of our parallel session. So thank you very much for your participation in this virtual event. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to apologize if we have done any mistake during this two-day summit. We hope you have enjoyed and benefited from all the presentations. Once again, before you leave, don't forget to scan the QR code so that we can record your attendance in this session. I am Nordadila Azlan, signing off. Thank you.